The letter is the message. I had been informed I had a letter when I returned from a day at the vineyard, checking progress on Mark's work in replanting and tending to maintenance needed since he took over managing the property. I read the deciphered note once more, and then turned back to the letter from Devon. 1891 year of the Empire, 8th month, 3rd week, 6th day. Aboard the good ship Intrepid, en route from Romanifo to the Free Cities. Cosimo. It has been a strange evening on the ship, to say the least. I am getting on well with Prince Ethan and Princess Emma, and until today, our voyage has been unremarkable. That changed this morning. I know this won't reach you until I'm well on the way to the kingdom in the clouds with the prince and princess. But I wanted to relay the day's experiences to try and sort them out in my own mind. Today the ship lost a passenger to misfortune, we think. One of the many passengers travelling to the Free Cities appears to have fallen overboard sometime in the night. The ship circled at dawn, hoping to sight the man, but had no luck. While any death is tragic, this was troubling to my mind, since the man was supposed to join the prince's party for lunch today, with the hope of discussing some new trade with the prince's father. The gentleman in question introduced himself as Herman Tretan, hailing from Porto Bari. He was of middle age for an imperial subject, with thick brown hair and grey eyes. He wore a moustache, but seemed to always be fidgeting with it, as if he was still getting accustomed to feeling it on his lip. He was softly spoken, but seemed well educated, probably a collegium or similar graduate. Herman always dressed sharply and had a peculiar habit of carrying an ornate, embossed leather portfolio with him. He was travelling in the company of a Madame Cassidy Frederick. She too was highly educated and said she lived on the outskirts of the capital. The two seemed companionable but not intimate. They were travelling in adjoining cabins though, so who can say what went on behind closed doors? Anyway, they individually approached the prince and princess, as often happens on voyages such as these. Herman was very interested in learning more of the people living in the kingdom in the clouds. Madame Frederick seemed more comfortable extolling the virtues of the Free Cities, and several trading opportunities the two of them would pursue there once our ship arrived. While we seldom saw the two alone, yesterday evening Herman managed to entice Prince Ethan to invite him to lunch today. Ethan let slip at dinner last night that the man thought there could be a profitable exchange between him and his company in the kingdom. Emma seemed less certain, but came to agree it was worth discussing, to decide if they should invite Herman to join our party to travel to the kingdom. Imagine all our shock when we learned Herman had disappeared in the middle of the night. The captain and first office questioned the crew and passengers most of this morning after a search and lifeboat drill did not turn him up. He was last seen making his way to his cabin after the first seating for dinner. The prince and princess, as well as the guild representatives and I, were all in the first-class salon until well after the second seating completed. Lady Frederick claimed to have heard him in the companionway outside their rooms sometime after she adjourned for the night, but denies any further knowledge. Strangely enough, the portfolio he was always seen with was found in his stateroom, on his desk, but was empty of any papers. Needless to say, the passengers are literally abuzz with speculation and suspicions. In conversation with the prince and princess, our plans will not change because of this misfortune. Lady Frederick has made thinly veiled accusations toward our party, but I believe she is attempting to divert attention from herself. With our alibi verified by our entire party as well as the stewards in the dining area and lounge, we are above suspicion. The lady cannot say the same. Regardless, I will keep a watch on our royal friends, the imperial subjects, and our mysterious lady traveller until we dock in 2 more days. Then, if I see the lady pursuing us toward the kingdom, I will apply our own methods of questioning, but I doubt such an opportunity will arise. In the meantime, we've only endured 1 day of bad weather, confining most of the passengers to their rooms. While the crossing has been routine, I do look forward to reaching land once again. Please give my regards to your grandmother and look for additional letters in the future. Sincerely, Devon. I read the letter twice. It was more flowery than I expected, but then I guessed he wanted to convey as much meaning as possible. It was obvious that Herman was Dr. Jack Dryden, the only conspirator from Porto Bari. Lady Frederick must be Dr. Vanda Kenyon, since she was the only woman researcher involved. Reading between the lines, Devon suspected she had killed her co-conspirator. His reasoning was much less clear. I glanced at the clock and slipped the letter into my pocket without the separate decoded message that it hid. Grandmother would want to know what Devon had shared. Minutes later, she read carefully and pondered the handwritten note. It sounds like Dryden wanted to strike his own deal with the king in the clouds and Kenyon killed him for it. At least that is the most logical conclusion, she said. I agree. Why would he want to make his own deal? Why would death be the only option for her to pursue? I asked. That is something you'll need to dig into, she said. Plans will have to change. We can't let this trail grow cold. Devon won't be able to follow leads in the free cities if he is on his way to the kingdom, as he indicates. You need to go back to the capital. Coordinate with your father and IMSEC to find out more of what Dryden and Kenyon were working on before they dropped out of sight. Your father may already have additional details. Dryden was a chemist. You have sufficient skills to investigate his work. Kenyon specialised in botany, if I recall. I don't know what the linkage between them was, but suspect some natural occurring reaction that had beneficial effects on their rejuvenation process. She was working at a lab in the capital. Go follow the trail of breadcrumbs. I nodded. I had just been to the capital the week before. Take Samantha, if she wishes to go. You can let her know the case we are working, but don't overshare methods we use yet. Understand? Yes, grandmother. 10 spent more time in the capital, so don't take her with you. I know you took 11 last trip. Perhaps 12 should go this time. While it was phrased as a question, I took it to be a command. I nodded. If nothing else, I'll see if she can learn some under the chef at the club. Lady Antonia is the general manager there. Have you met her? I shook my head. No, at least not that I recall. Prior to last week, I had only visited the club in the capital briefly for specific training with mother or father. Your mother may be present in the club. If you interact with her, please do it privately, away from public eyes. Are you planning on staying with them again? I don't know. If Samantha accompanies me, maybe. Otherwise, I might be better staying in the club or one of our hotels. I also don't want to visit IMSEC buildings from any place except the club, in case I'm followed. She nodded. You know your tradecraft well. Good. Keep me posted on your planned return dates or if you need to travel elsewhere. It went without saying that I was not to put specific details in my messages. We did not think anyone could tap our communications, but knew better than to take a chance on that. I would report back in person, just as most of the updates since the attempted coup had been delivered. Samantha was at my apartments when I got home. 11 and 10 were giving her a massage on the patio, with the thick curtain pulled around and the outside heaters blazing, even as steam rose from the pool. Samantha had finished her project presentations for the term, endured 3 dinners with grandmother, and been invited to begin club floor manager training once the collegium term started. I felt she could use a little pampering on her break. 10 was working her shoulders while 11 was focused on her delectable derriere and upper thighs. I smiled at the play of oiled hands on her light brown skin and debated interrupting her. Instead, I turned and went to the kitchen. 12 was working on dinner. "Welcome home, master," she said. I had commanded her not to drop to her greeting position when she was cooking, and I arrived or interrupted her. I'd rather not risk ruining a meal. "Good evening, 12. What's for dinner?" I had been trying to soften my approach to my servants since Alia had moved back into her own apartment nearer grandmother. She had spent less time in my household once a routine was established, and the conditioning had been complete. Now, she appeared once every 10 days or so, to make sure standards were not slipping. "Simple fare, master, braised beef with roasted vegetables," she replied. "It smells wonderful." She smiled and I poured myself a small glass of red wine from the bottle she was using with the beef dish. It was drier than I usually preferred, but still very tasty. "Did you spend much time in the capital in your prior life, 12? She glanced up from her pots and shook her head. No, master. This slave visited the capital a couple of times but had no friends or close associates there. This slave's former husband spent a 10-day a quarter, or thereabouts at the capital for business. I nodded. You'll be accompanying me there in a couple of days. I'll give some more details tomorrow. 11 may join as well. I'm not sure how long Lady Samantha and I will be visiting yet. 10 will remain behind and can eat with my grandmother's servants, so don't overstock anything that won't keep. Of course, master, she said. I imagined there was almost enough sass in her voice to warrant a correction, but decided to let it go this once. The kitchen was her domain after all. She did not really need me reminding her how to manage it. I took my wine and returned to the master bedroom, settling in a chair with a clear view of Samantha receiving her massage. The sight of 10 and 11 oiling and rubbing her smooth skin was enticing and relaxing at the same time. I thought about the investigation I would need to undertake at the capital. We had compiled a dossier on each of the researchers involved, so I knew Dr. Kenyon's passion had been the use of natural botanicals with medical application. Dryden had specialised in organic chemistry and had several targeted antiviral drugs credited to him. There was no published research to which both had contributed, though each had published at least one study with each of the other members of the cabal before disappearing. I would need to look into all of their papers, a task I had put off while focusing on my own studies. I retrieved a notebook and started jotting down some notes to follow up on. Father could get the published papers for me at the capital, if he did not already have them. I'd send a message after dinner. I thought back on what else we knew about Kenyon and Dryden. Working on the same project requiring them to flee the Empire, but never publishing together made me think they either never published because their findings were kept secret, or that they had some pre-existing animosity. I made another note. I would need to see where and when they studied. Perhaps there was personal animosity between them. Finally, I thought about the company they had worked in. Dryden had been in the pure medical research part of his former company. Kenyon had moved around more. I couldn't recall if they had ever been in the same company or reporting structure. Father would likely know that as well. You look very serious, darling, Samantha said as she entered the room, wrapped in a thick white towel. She came over and kissed me soundly. I gave her a smirking leer and flicked my fingers at the bottom of her towel, barely touching the warm skin of her thighs. I'm serious about admiring you, I teased. Can I see more? She laughed and stepped back. Perhaps, but you'll have to do it in the sauna. I agreed to that stipulation and followed her to the small sauna in the bathroom next to the shower. She dropped her towel and looked back over her shoulder with a smile. Don't let me get too hot without you, she teased before opening the door and stepping inside. I hurried to strip down and was handed 2 towels by 11 as I joined Samantha in the dry heat of the sauna. She was stretched out on one of the benches, with her back against the wooden wall and legs stretched out before her with her ankles crossed. I took the opposite bench and corner, facing her. What were you working on so intently? She asked. I've got to return to the capital again, I said. She frowned, and I knew what she was thinking, so hurried on. Do you want to join me on this trip? I asked. Her look softened. How long will we be there? She asked. I'm not sure. I need to meet with Father and some others. We're trying to make sure the last conspirators in the most recent coup are accounted for. Coup? Her eyes were wide. I had not previously told her details of what sent me to Cardino. I deeply breathed in the hot air surrounding us, exhaled slowly, and began my story. You went to school with 11? She asked as I covered how I gained my household staff. I nodded. And now she's your indenture? I nodded again. I never would have guessed based on how she and you act. Were you involved with her at school? Not really, but there is a story there. We can talk about it later. Let me get on with the tale of the researchers and what is going on there. I did not really want to get into conditioning of our servants. That would tell her more about how we did some things than grandmother, or I would be comfortable with her knowing right now. Samantha listened raptly as I told her of Devon's letter and what I needed to do in the capital. So, it could be a few days there, or it could be longer, depending on what we can find. It's possible. We'll need to go to Porto Bari from the capital before returning here. Samantha was quiet for a minute, with her eyes closed while she thought. You mentioned needing to visit both the capital and Porto Bari clubs anyway, she said. Did you ever learn what your grandmother expected you to look at while doing those visits? It was my turn to nod. Yes, she wanted me to meet the general managers, review the personnel in the management team, and evaluate operations with an eye toward rotating and promoting people across the regional clubs. She thinks some of our more senior people will be retiring in the next year or two, and wants to make certain our regional succession plans are solid. Is that something I could help with? She asked. It might free up your time for the investigation while giving us both reason to visit clubs and ask nosy questions. It was a good idea, and I said as much. We'd need to give you a crash course on how we train, rotate and promote people, but you could definitely help once we do that. It's an excellent idea. I'll invite ourselves to breakfast with grandmother in the morning and we can discuss it further then. Thank you, I added. She smiled, uncrossed her ankles, and lifted and spread her knees enough to show me the dark strip of hair above her delicate womanhood. It's too hot in here to do much, she said. But I could give you a little show, if you like. I liked. By the time her fingers were done, she had not only shown me her delightful body, but she had also proven it was not too hot for her to feast atop of me on the wooden bench, while I lapped her to several orgasms. We were both very relaxed by the time we exited and showered before dinner. The lab building was chained shut, but Father had provided keys and a letter from the current lien holder, allowing me to inspect it for possible purchase. 12 gave a shudder as she read the name on the placard beside the door, while I removed the lock and unwrapped the chain from the door handles. A second key unlocked the door. Are you all right, 12? I asked as I slipped the lock from the chain into my pocket. She was wearing a warm work coat, a dark stocking cap, loose grey pants and a pair of hastily acquired work boots. I was dressed as a low or possibly hard-working high gilder, ready to inspect a disused property. Yes, master. This slave just remembered how vile a man she was married to previously. Her former family name was on the building. Well, that is behind you now. While he is the one that caused your current placement, I for one am glad to have met you. You are a remarkable woman. She snorted as we stepped inside. You are the remarkable one, master. This slave was an arrogant, self-entitled prima donna. You are a protector of the empire, even if no one knows of it. This slave is pleased that she can be of service to the empire and you, despite what her former husband plotted. I thought to speak more but demurred. Let's see what there is left of Dr. Kenyon's office here, I said. We took the stairs upward, unsure which floor the good doctor had her offices on. I suspected it would be closer to the top, 4th floor, but wanted to look carefully in case anyone was keeping an eye on us. I needed to appear to be genuinely interested in the property, not just looking for scattered clues. We had arrived in the capital 2 days ago and settled into a small suite at the club. I'd met with both Father and our IMPSEC contact to start pulling the threads on Dr. Kenyon and Dr. Dryden's former life. Samantha had taken on the club management audit after 3 intense days of training with grandmother and Master Geraldo back in Cardino. I still had a role to play in those reviews, but had decided to take a brief trip to a suburb of the capital to see the last known workplace of Dr. Kenyon. The lab had been closed and the property confiscated as part of the judiciary proceedings against 12's husband. I knew Dr. Kenyon had not worked here for several months prior to the coup attempt being unravelled, but still wanted to see it with my own eyes. She had worked from this building for nearly 7 years. If nothing else, I wanted to at least get a feel for her environment. 12 and I walked through the first 2 floors, seeing old pages scattered across the floor where they had fallen during the arrests and confiscations. Indentations in carpet showed where desks and filing cabinets had once rested. IMPSEC was still going through most of the files collected from this and the other properties. I doubted they would find anything. On the third floor, I was surprised to find a corner office with Dr. Kenyon's nameplate affixed by the open door. Why would she have an office here if she had left well before the seizure? I stepped inside but held up a hand to keep 12 at the doorway. "Master?" she asked. The room had a built-in desk. The drawers were open and empty. There was a sunstain showing where a terminal and possibly desk blotter had been placed for an extended period. The chair had been taken, which seemed strange. I stood where the chair should have been and slowly surveyed the room. "Why would the doctor have an office kept here after she fled the Empire?" I asked. I searched the space methodically with only my eyes. 12 frowned. One wall was the windows looking outside to overlook green space behind the building. A glass wall without blinds separated the room from the open office space of the main floor. A third wall was covered with empty bookshelves. The last wall was covered with a beige sound-absorbing textile. I saw some additional shadows there where pictures or plaques had shielded the fabric from the afternoon sun that must have flooded the room. After looking around for several minutes, I dropped to my knees and looked beneath the desk. I ran my fingers along all the edges and pulled the drawers out to make sure nothing was stuck to the back or bottoms of them. 12, I said. "See if you can move this corner of the desk," I commanded as I looked inside the pedestal of the cabinet I'd pulled 2 drawers from. 12 hurried to comply, trying to lift the corner of the desk and failing. It was fastened to the floor. I reached in, catching a curled lip of carpet and pulled back. The carpet peeled up, carefully cut to not show without close inspection. A folder containing a single page of typed numbers was revealed. I grabbed the folder and then restored the carpet before putting the drawers back in place. "What is it, Master?" 12 asked. "Either a coded message or a code key," I said as I looked at the neat rows of 2-digit numbers separated by spaces. I took the folder and page and tucked them inside my own jacket. "Let's continue looking at this in the top floor," I said as I stood. I made it a point to check every other built-in desk for a similar hiding spot but found none. I suspected whoever had placed the file knew it was a good dead-drop location. The position of the door, desk and drawer would have made it possible to access it without being noticed, even if the office was busy. Anyone working late could have placed a folder with the code or a message and never been observed. The doctor could have retrieved it before or after hours, or even during the workday. If she had access to the building after leaving the Empire, it would have been a good, secure place to exchange messages. I wondered what the page was, or if I would ever know. After completing our inspection, we left the building and locked it back up. I took 12's arm in mine and walked toward the transit stop. She was still a little stiff but was adapting to the cover personality I had forced on her. To the casual observer, we would appear to be a working couple, maybe having a rendezvous, or maybe just friendly co-workers. So long as she did not speak, no one would suspect she was a former high gilder and now indentured servant. Despite her easy appearance, I could tell she was stressed by the charade. Once we were back in the suite in the club, she wasted no time stripping off her clothes. Her face relaxed as she hung the last of them up in the closet by the hallway door. "Will you and Lady Samantha be eating in tonight, Master?" she asked as she dropped to her waiting position. I glanced at the time. "I think not, 12. Why don't you assist Chef Roberto in the kitchen this evening?" She nodded and grabbed her chef's pants, jacket and shoes. She needed to be dressed appropriately to work safely in the kitchen. I had arranged for her to learn under the club chefs and rotate through the various restaurants here. In Cardino, we had a single executive chef responsible for the entire club. Here in the capital, there were 4 separate eateries with their own executive chefs covering the many styles from across the continent. I was expecting some interesting dinners in our future, based on what 12 could learn here. Samantha returned minutes after 12 left. "Good, you're back," she said, as she eyed my clothes and leaned in for a quick but passionate kiss. "I've got the first review for the management teams compiled. I need you to look it over and make certain it's going to meet your grandmother's expectations." We sat down together at the table in suite, and she began pulling out her notes. She handed me one sheet with the various managers, their tenure with the club, and their time in their current roles tabulated, along with some short notes on each. I began at the bottom of the list. Samantha frowned. "Why are you starting down there? I thought you'd start with Lady Antonia," she said. I shook my head. "It's a trick my mother taught me. I start with the most junior to see who might be ready for a promotion or rotational opportunity. That way, as I see more senior people that may need a shift, I know who is available locally to be promoted and fill in. If I start at the top, I'm creating vacancies without backfills. That can introduce bias as I look for filling those roles, since it's easy to default to tenure. If I start at the bottom, I'm more likely to look at the individual rather than their time in role. Does that make sense?" I asked. Samantha scrunched up her nose. "Maybe, but show me," she said. I pointed to a name at random near the bottom of her list. "Teresa Bellucci," I said. "What do you have on her?" Samantha rifled through her stacks of paper until she found the one she wanted. She's been with the club for 3 years, started as a receptionist and then took a position as an assistant night manager in the housekeeping staff. She's gotten high performance marks from both the head of housekeeping as well as the night managers she's worked under. Based on that, what else do you need to know before you would recommend a promotion or a growth assignment? I asked. Samantha looked at me. Based on how you phrased that question, I must be missing something in this, she said as she waved the page she held. I smiled. As a night manager in housekeeping, she's overseeing the indenture and plebeian staff who are taking care of cleaning and accommodations. Are there any notes for the staff she has been managing on that sheet? Also, are there any patron notes in her file for exemplary service? Samantha frowned. I did not look for those in her file, she admitted. I don't know. I nodded. We'll need to go back through and add those notes for everyone. Managers may think highly of her, but she could be hurting our reputation with patrons or guests or causing problems with other staff. While her managers are supposed to watch for that sort of thing, sometimes they ignore or forget if the person in question is delivering on the day-to-day needs the manager sees. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not ready to help as much as I thought, Samantha said in a low voice, avoiding looking at me. Hey, I said as I captured her chin in my hand and lifted it to give her a quick kiss on the lips. You haven't been through our training yet. This is part of it. You've done a lot of the hard part. Don't let this make you feel bad. I don't think I'd have this much done in 2 short days. She gave me a small smile. What else should I be looking to include in these summaries? She asked. See if her peers have anything good or bad to say about her work. Check with the housekeeping manager that relieves her. Ask her the same questions about the person she relieves. That will give you a chance to meet her as well and add your own notes to the file. She gulped. It's going to take forever to get that for all the managers here, she said. I shook my head. Start at the lowest level of management. I'll help as I can. The more senior folks will already have the information in their personnel files. That should make things go faster. Remember, these folks are working at all hours of the day, so we can get organised and talk to them quickly today, before we have dinner, and then tonight after dinner, and be 2/3 done today. Wrap up with interviews of the morning shift tomorrow, and then add feedback from staff and patrons in the morning. I can show you where that sort of thing is documented in the files. We'll have this all compiled by lunch tomorrow. She looked relieved. Okay, thanks. There are a few mangers whose files are mostly empty. They just have a black card in them and some dates that look like start dates and file references, she said. I nodded. Don't worry about them. They are people that manage the Black Wing. She paled and frowned at the same time. We hadn't really talked about the Black Wing yet. I rushed ahead. We don't keep their files with everyone else's, to protect them. People consigned by the judiciary to the Black Wing can have some influential friends and family. We take extra steps to protect our people from them. You don't need to worry about including them in this review. Mother oversees the personnel assigned there and handles rotations and promotions herself after consulting with the general manager, Lady Antonia in this case. Do I even want to know about that part of the business? She asked softly. I shrugged. As grandmother is fond of saying, We don't judge or assign their punishment. We only carry out the decisions of the Empire. It's one of the obligations we must fulfill for the privileges we are granted. She searched my eyes for something, then gave a small shake of her head, as if dismissing the thought. I don't think I'm ready to know all of that yet, she admitted. Then don't worry about it for now. Do you have the shift schedule for today in that pile of paper? I asked. She nodded. Then let's go and chat with the junior managers on shift so we can get them covered before dinner. I'll do the first couple of interviews and then we can decide if we need to divide and conquer or work together. She smiled. You may want to dress a little more like a club manager before we start, she teased as she looked at my working Gilder garb. I expected this suite to be more opulent, Samantha said as I entered our accommodations. I was curious who she was talking to. These are accommodations for members of our organisation travelling on business, dear, not patron rooms, my mother said. Cosimo, she added as I stepped into sight. I crossed the room as she rose from the table and gave her a brief hug and kiss on the cheek. The two of them had papers strewn between them. What are you two getting up to? I asked as I pulled off my jacket and hat. Your mother is reviewing our work, Samantha said. You have both done an excellent job, Mother said quickly. I'd hardly call this a review. Mother, as well as Lady Antonia, should be pleased with this. Do you really think Tristan is the person to promote to a GM role? She asked. I grinned. How quickly it went from an excellent job to a question on the recommendation. You saw the feedback we documented, I replied. If Lady Antonia is considering retirement, Grandmother will likely move Master Geraldo here to replace her. He is going to bring 1 or 2 folks from Cardino, and Tristan is going to feel he is being pushed aside. Cynthia does not want to move, so she will be fine working for Master Geraldo, but Tristan has ambitions. He's the right choice for a promotion track. Samantha was nodding as Mother looked at her with a frown. Then she smiled. Mother will find it hard to disagree with that rationale. Well done to you both. How is your other work progressing, Cosimo? Your father is very tight-lipped on the matter. As he should be, Mother. You know that, I admonished. She smirked. I know, and I'm glad you remember how to keep secrets as well. Now tell me what you can so I can help. I sighed. It was going to be a rehash of what Father and I had covered most of the morning. We're at a dead end here, I admitted. The cipher I found in Dr. Kenyon's old office is probably not breakable since we don't know the key. We had decided it was too short to be a key for other messages. Also, it did not make sense to hide a key for someone else to pick up in the future. Logically, it must be a message. Mother tapped her lips in thought. So, what is your next step? Porto Bari, I think, I said. We still have no clue why killing Dr. Dryden was the best solution for whatever the issue Dr. Kenyon had. A falling out of the Cabal? Prior history? We just don't know. We've not been able to find anyone here that worked closely with the two of them. I did find a reference to her doing her second year in the Collegium in the Porto Bari Extension campus, so we'll be off to meet some of the faculty there. Mother nodded. Lady Philippa is the general manager of the club there. She'll appreciate your visit if you do as good of a management review there as you have here. What will you do if you find another potential GM as good as Tristan there? She asked. I shrugged. It depends on what we find. Porto Bari and Lake Bentecourt are the 2 smallest regional clubs. If someone is showing the same growth potential as Tristan, I'd want them to work a larger club before nominating them for a GM training in Cardino. I suspect we'll be needing to visit San Mateo to see what opportunities they may have. Mother shook her head. Only if you find a stellar candidate, Cosimo. Rosalind filled in and promoted folks after you left there, so she doesn't have anyone ready to move up or out yet. Mother may allow 2 GM trainees at once if she is considering them for a smaller club rather than a regional club. Just focus on determining your recommendations and then we'll all sit down and plan the moves. Remember, we want to keep our best people happy. For some that will be advancement and training, for others it will be a pay increase and asking them to remain in place. We have many tools we can use to keep good people satisfied. I nodded. Of course, Mother. Now then, when will you be joining us for dinner at the estate? Should we invite Samantha's father to join us? Her arched eyebrow said more than her simple words implied. He's south, at our family estates, Samantha said quickly. I managed to visit with him briefly when we first arrived, but he and Reese needed to go home. He's worried the Senate will be called soon, since the Emperor seems to be weakening again. He said he wanted to make sure business was settled before he was tied down here. Mother nodded. It's probably a wise move on his part, she said. Keep the reasoning close, dear, she added. Not many people know, and it's better if the Senate can announce a successor quickly after he passes. We don't want a tumultuous succession after the attempted plot last spring. We both nodded. So, dinner at the estate tomorrow? She asked. How about dinner here, tonight? I think we need to be heading to Portobarry tomorrow. We should be able to have our car attached to the train heading south around 11, if I recall the schedule correctly. Mother frowned, then nodded. You're right. Your work is more important. I'm half tempted to come with you and get out of this cold rain. The cool weather 12 and I had experienced on our outing to the lab had turned much damper as winter storms moved into the long, broad valley of the capital. There had been no snow, yet, but the air was heavy with cold moisture. You're always welcome, Livy, Samantha said with a smile. Mother had insisted Samantha use her first name. Besides, that might give me more insight into the management of the clubs and what I'll be facing when I start my own training. Actually, Mother, it would be a help, I added. If I'm chasing leads at the Collegium there, I won't have as much time to meet and interview staff at the club. I've never been to Portobarry before, so having you along would help introduce us both there. Mother smiled. I knew she had her own long list of tasks to manage for the organisation, but part of her role was overseeing the club operations. That's a good idea. Your father can't join us, but I think I will take you up on the request, Samantha. I've not seen Philippa in nearly a year. It will be good to see her again and introduce you both. With the decision made, Mother left to make arrangements while I called the station to have our car scheduled to be added to the southbound train tomorrow. I also sent a note to the chef. 12 was working under today, letting him know I would need my servant back after dinner service in the evening. Then I pulled out a copy of the coded message we had found and stared at it as Samantha finished writing her own notes on the management review. Something nagged my attention as I stared at the page of numbers. Do you think you can wish a solution to that code? Samantha teased as she placed the last of her notes into a file portfolio. I did not answer but grabbed a pen. I underlined the first occurrence of the number grouping 001, then 02, and so on. What are you doing? She asked. I was getting excited. We assumed this was a sophisticated code, but none of the scientists were mathematicians. I think we may be giving them more credit than they deserve. See how the underlined numbers are a regular sequence. What if they are spaces between words? Samantha stood and came around the table to look over my shoulder. How would you guess that? She asked. It's just something I noticed. You must have a number group to show a space. If the cipher is not rotated, then the same number would show up, like 00, but that group is not on the page. 01 shows up in the fifth space, so I wondered if the first word was 4 letters. If they simply increment the count for each space, you can see that there is no word longer than 7 letters. I pointed to the underlined number groups. Does that help you? She asked. I mean, you don't know what the other numbers mean, do you? Not yet, but if they only used a simple rotation cipher for the spaces, I bet they used something similar for the other letters. I just need to figure out what. How? Brute force, most likely. I grabbed a blank sheet of paper and wrote the first 4 numbers down. I copied it down on several lines. If we think about the number being a letter in the alphabet, I can start with the first letter and count to the number to see if the word makes sense. I I don't see any double zeros or double nines, so I think they kept the offset less than 74, assuming they are using the standard 26-letter alphabet. The first number was 19, so I wrote a S next to it. S is the 19th letter, so let's start there, I said. They incremented the space number by 1, so let's assume the same here. That makes the next number, a C. Wait, she said. How does 28 become a C? I started the count at 0, the offset at 1, and assumed an increment of 1 for each letter. This is the second letter, so the count has been incremented 1. I add that to the number to get 29, but then modulate it by 26, which is 3, so the letter is C. What about numbers? I nodded. Good catch. They could have 0 through 9 included for numbers, so do you think those are at the beginning or end of their alphabet? I'd guess the end, she said. I agree. That means I need to use modulo 35, which makes this first word S203, which doesn't make any sense. So I start the offset at 2 and see what that gets, and so on. Doing that by hand is going to take forever, she said. You're right, of course. I need a spreadsheet and then it can be much easier. I grabbed a large pad and began working. Samantha shook her head, collected her papers and portfolio and headed into the bedroom of the suite. A few minutes later, she returned and then opened a bottle of wine and poured us both a glass. She set mine within easy reach on the table and then glanced over my shoulder again before retreating to the couch in the suite. Nearly an hour later, I sat back and sighed. I think we have a problem, I said. What? I glanced at the time. Did Mother say when they would be here for dinner? I asked. It was nearly 17. No. Are you going to tell me what you found? I wrote the message from the pad onto a blank sheet of paper. Must flee Empire, stop break all contact, stop safe haven, free cities, stop await, contact there, stop will meet by year end, stop. Samantha read it and then looked at me. There is someone that was missed. Father decided to join us on the trip south to Porto Bari. Knowing a conspirator had been missed turned our investigation into a priority. Our private car on the train could easily accommodate several couples as well as servants. It was much more comfortable than the transport car I had taken to Cardino. 12 had been nervous when we started our journey, but relaxed once she saw this car did not have an open seating area for indentures. Instead, we had 3 comfortable drawing rooms with attached bathrooms, a lounge area with open seating, and small kitchen area with ample storage and supplies laid on. 12 wasted no time before inspecting the kitchen. On this trip, there would be no time for elaborate meals, but she did a fine job of providing us with a late lunch. After dishes were cleared, we relaxed in the comfortable chairs and let the rolling hills of the coastal range slip by as we headed south of the capital. 12 knelt nearby, paying close attention to fetch anything we might need. She was wearing loose grey pants and a blouse as her travelling attire, but still knelt with her knees spread and hands atop her thighs. You mustn't rush your tasks in Porto Bari, Father was saying. You never know what clue might be revealed in your next interview. Look at what you found in an abandoned lab. I sighed. But we don't have much time to intercept whoever is meeting them in the free cities, I insisted. There are no ships sailing west for the next 10 days at least, Father said. You'll have time to complete this task, return to Cardino, and then head onward. Samantha perked up at that, turning from her quiet conversation with Mother. Head onward? She asked. 12 and 7 are the only 2 people who have seen the conspirators. Cosimo will need to take them to the free cities if we hope to intercept them and the person meeting them. I think they had a plan to rendezvous there already, even before that cipher was left in the building. That would explain why Kenyon did not want Dryden to leave for the Kingdom in the Clouds. She wanted to stick to the plan. We had discussed the implication of the encoded note for over an hour last night. It made sense that it was left by someone after the initial sweep by the judiciary, since it would not have originated with one of the people that were captured or already left the Empire. What we did not know was who had left the message. It could have been another High Gilder scientist, Or it might have been an aristo missed in our initial sweep. That was a theory Father would have to chase. Or she really didn't like Dryden, Mother added. Or they were in a secret affair, and it was a lover's quarrel, I chimed in. We may never know why she killed him, assuming she actually did. The key is, we need to get to the Free Cities and find them before this mystery person does. If we don't, we might never discover who else was involved. I'll take the regular train to Cardino from Portobari as soon as possible, Father said, and brief your grandmother. I'll then head up to Romanifo to make preparations. He looked at Samantha. I'm afraid you won't be able to join Cosimo on this trip, my dear. Why not? She asked. I'm of age. I can be helpful, I'm sure. He needs someone he can trust with him. I'll make sure he has some trustworthy help, but even I can't give you enough training in the time available to help not cause a stir over there. She looked ready to argue, but he held up a hand, and Mother rested her hand on Samantha's arm as if to restrain her. Cosimo knows how to blend in and not draw attention to himself. 7 and 12 will be servants under his and others' protections. You would stand out too much and draw attention to yourself, them, or him. It would possibly endanger them, which I know you would not want. I could wear a disguise, she insisted. It was Mother's turn to shake her head. Cosimo, show her. I stood and walked to the end of the lounge. I stopped at the door and relaxed my shoulders. I rolled my neck and thought about my alternate identity as R.Co. I puffed my cheeks and squinted my eyes when I turned around and strolled closer. You're a right bit of tasty, love, I said in a deeper voice as I gaped at her cleavage and then gave her a leer. Samantha gasped. I guess I understand, she said with a frown. How did you do that? I straightened and resumed my normal look. Lots of practice. A different outfit helps, but blending in is as much about attitude and body language as it is about the clothes you wear. Speech patterns make a big difference too, I added. Have you been out of the Empire and tried that? She asked. No, but I've been around a lot of the rougher neighbourhoods in several cities here. I've also ventured into the free port of Romanifo. I'm comfortable blending in. And I'll make sure he has backup, Father added. It's never smart to go undercover totally alone. Samantha's look had gone from resistant to concerned. How dangerous is this trip really going to be? Mother patted her arm. It will be as safe as possible, Samantha. Cosimo has plenty of reasons to be careful, don't you, son? I smiled. You all know I do, I said. In the meantime, let's focus on our plans for Portobari. Father nodded. He and Mother exchanged a look, but I had given up trying to decipher those glances years ago. Instead, I just waited. Samantha and I will handle the management reviews, Mother finally said. You and your father can focus on the collegium. I think we should mix it up, I countered. How about you and I handle the first part of the management reviews, Mother, and let Samantha and Father visit the collegium? She can start some of her training on blending in and subtle interrogation, and I can learn more about the Portobari Club under your supervision. I think that's an excellent suggestion, Father said. Samantha, let's work out a good cover for why we are asking about students from so long ago, he suggested. Soon they had moved to the other end of the lounge, and I was nearly alone with Mother. Why did you suggest that, Cosimo? She asked. She's going to feel left behind with the hard, boring work of club management and school while I'm off on some adventure. It won't matter that I'll likely be cold, wet and dirty. She wants some of the adventure and will miss it. This will let her start dipping her toe into the more clandestine side of our business. Is that a good thing? I snorted. You wanted her father to come to dinner so I could ask his permission to propose just yesterday. She looked to deny it, but I stopped her. I know the look you gave me. You and grandmother both want us to wed and a child on the way. I know it. We'll get there, but I'm not going to be pushed along too fast by either of you. I will talk to her father when the time is right, based on our feelings for one another, and not before. Mother smiled. Just so long as it is before the end of the next social season, Cosimo. Tongues will be wagging if you wait beyond that. Like I care what the aristocratic tongues do. Perhaps, but think of Samantha. She met you last season. If she is still on your arm at the end of next season and you don't propose, she'll be the one cast in a bad light. You're just a high gilder after all. I had not really considered that viewpoint. I understand, Mother. I'll keep that in mind. Now, let's discuss Porto Bari. By the time our train arrived nearly 9 hours after departing the capital, we all were ready to get settled in and get some sleep. Instead, we were greeted in the atrium of the club by Philippa Escano, Grand Master of the club in Porto Bari. Lady and Master Onwain, it's a pleasure to see you both again, she said effusively, as she kissed Mother's cheeks and gave Father a hug. She was a tall woman with erect bearing and short red hair. She was wearing an impeccably tailored, flattering business suit with a wide lapelled jacket of navy blue over a silken blouse closed neatly to the neck. She was taller than anyone in our party, but did not act like she was looking down on any of us. "And who are these youngsters?" she asked as she held on to my mother but looked at Samantha and me. "Lady Philippa," Mother said. "It's my pleasure to introduce you to my son, Cosimo, and his girlfriend, Samantha Dennison. Cosimo is doing a partial tour of some regional clubs to familiarise himself. He is Mother's designated heir," she added. Lady Philippa looked at me sharply, then smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you both. It's quiet here today, since it's just 6th day. How long will you be staying?" "Charles will be on the train to Cardino on 8th day at the latest, but Cosimo, Samantha and I will be staying until at least 10th day, Mother replied. "In that case, I'll put you in the Imperial Suite," Lady Philippa said. "I doubt the Emperor will be using it, and none of our locals are likely to want that charge on their account at this time of the year." "Does the suite get much traffic at other times?" I asked. She nodded her head as she motioned to the concierge on duty and waved her hand for some keys. "It actually does. It warms up here in 2nd month, so we often have the suite occupied by people getting away from up north as soon as the rains slack off. People visiting for a vacation indulge themselves. Many high gilders want to be able to say they've stayed in the Imperial Suite." She gave a little shrug. "I'd rather take their money and let them tell friends and competitors about our hospitality than keep it closed off." "An admirable approach," I said with a chuckle. "We do the same in Cardino, but I haven't seen much of a slow season there yet." Lady Philippa smiled. "I loved my time in Cardino." Then she glanced at my mother. "Don't get me wrong, the Grand Dame is a formidable taskmaster, but Cardino is a special place. Porto Bari is a coastal town too, but it has more commercial pursuits than Cardino. Our fishing fleets troll the seas to help feed the empire, while Cardino is more of a destination for vacationers. You should spend some time down on our docks and amongst our warehouses. It's rough and tumble sometimes, but it's good to see why our high gilders are so appreciative of the finer entertainments we have to offer." "If there is time, that might be worthwhile," I said. "But as Mother said, this is more of a familiarisation visit. I want to meet the staff and chat with them more than patrons. I'm sure I'll be back to spend longer here, and we'll keep some tours in mind for that trip." Lady Philippa nodded, and then guided us to an elevator before taking us to the top level and the 4-bedroom suite there. "It's dark now, but in the morning you'll be able to see the Insulum Luminis, the Isle of Light. It has a nearly transparent peak on the island and reflects the dawn light spectacularly. It really is a sight to enjoy when you visit." Samantha smiled at me as I said we would make sure to rise early enough to see it. Soon we were alone in the suite. Mother and Father retired to one bedroom, while Samantha and I took another with a wide balcony facing the sea. 12 joined us, stripping off her travelling clothes and settling to kneel by the door. "May I be of service, Master or Mistress?" she asked. Samantha looked at 12 and then at me. 12, if I am not able to travel with Cosimo, will you and 7 take care of him?" 12 gulped once. "Of course, Lady Samantha. This slave will always look after her master." Samantha pulled out a chair and turned it to face 12. "You've gone from being nearly a peer to his family to being his slave. Are you certain you'll serve and look after him once you're outside the Empire? 12 smiled as one would for a child. Lady Samantha, Master Cosimo literally saved this slave's life and that of her daughters. He has saved us 3 times over. First, he saved us from the public auction in San Mateo, buying us for the clubs. Second, he saved us from the regular pens and training at the club when he learned of this slave's former husband's plotting. Finally, he saved us from being owned by a cruel master when he took us into his and his grandmother's household and bound us to his family. This slave will look after him even unto sacrificing her life to ensure his commands are carried out, and he is well served, regardless of where on this world or any other we may be. Samantha was shocked by the vehemence in 12's voice. Before she could ask any further questions, I decided it was time to turn in. 12, please unpack for us as we take a quick shower before bed. Samantha, don't you think a shower will set things right for a good night's sleep? Samantha looked up, then nodded. She didn't say another thing until she was in my arms under the warm spray of water. That isn't normal, Cosimo. I can see being grateful, but that was much more than gratitude. I kissed her and ran my fingers down her spine before cupping her tight bottom. None of that, she said as she pushed her hands against my chest. I know you're trying to distract me. Why is 12 so loyal to you? I told you of her first day, right? She nodded. A few weeks later, before the season started, Grandmother asked her about the beating I had administered, and if she deserved it. 12 told her anything less would not have gotten through to her that her old life was over. A while after that, 7 learned what would have been expected of her if her father had been successful in his plans. Elvin was included in that discussion. All of them realised that while they are not free, they are much better off than what others had planned for them. I don't know if it's all true or a self-delusion that gets reinforced by our day training at the clubs. I lied. But 12 is convinced of her own loyalty to me and the reasons in her mind for that loyalty. Let's not try to disturb her worldview, since servitude is all she'll know for the rest of her life. It would be cruel to try and convince her of some alternative. Samantha looked me in the eye, avoiding the spray of the shower. Finally, she nodded. I don't know what she went through, but I can't imagine 2 days changing my worldview so dramatically. I hope you never have to experience what she went through, love, I said, as I hugged her to me fiercely. I was ready for our interview to be over. Mother and I were talking to the local shift manager for the Blue Wing, and I could tell already they did not have enough experience to be considered for promotion or rotation to a different position. At the same time, I was worried about Father and Samantha following up on the lead of the 2 scientists. Several questions to ask had come to mind, and I was afraid I would have to revisit their interviews. Thank you for your time, Carlito, Mother said as she rose to show the manager to the door. As soon as the door was closed, she turned on me. What is the club's most important resource? She asked sharply. I was startled from my thoughts. It's people, I replied. Then I suggest you start acting like it, she said crossly. I don't know what you were worried about, but when we are interviewing staff, you will give them your full attention. They deserve that from us. Is that understood? I realised I had been more than a little distracted. Yes, Mother, I apologise. It's not me you need to apologise to, it's Carlito. Can you tell me a single detail he shared in response to any of my questions? I thought furiously. He's been overseeing the Blue Wing here for 5 months. Prior to that, he was the night manager for the White Wing. He came to Porto Bari from the Capital Club a little over a year ago. Why did he move here? I did not know. I said as much. He grew up outside Porto Bari. He requested a transfer to be closer to his mother, who has had some health issues. You must pay enough attention to people to know what is most important to them, Cosimo. It will almost never be their job at the clubs, so you must understand what motivates them if you are going to assess where they may move within the organisation. You know better than you've shown this morning. Where is your head? I thought of some things Samantha and Father should be asking at the Collegium, assuming they talked to the professors that instructed our scientists. Mother shook her head. Do you think Samantha or your father are stupid? Of course not. Do you think their interviews are more important than the work here? I thought about that for a minute. I guess I do, I finally admitted. You're wrong, Mother asserted. Chasing traitors may feel more exciting and important, but there is a real chance they will never face justice in the Empire, or even stick their heads up again for us to find them. Understanding the people that form the backbone of our club operations is 10 times more important than finding all the answers about some traitor's history from years ago. They may have been lovers here at school, or they could have been the deadliest of enemies. It doesn't tell us what their plans are or where they are going next. If they did some research together and left a paper trail, it may help us understand what they created, but even that doesn't really matter. The coup they were assisting failed. They are merely the loose ends we want to clean up. Our mystery conspirator might just be another scientist or manager that was part of the plot. They may not even be aristos, so I could make a case that they are not our concern under Edict Zero. I sat back. I had not thought about that. I guess you're right, I said. I was getting too caught up in the chase and the mystery. Mother nodded. Most of our focus is on preventing failure, Cosimo. Failure, for us, is not having the resources and the network in place to discover the plots of aristos and the high guilders who want to tilt our rule of law in their own favour. We use the clubs to build that network. Our secrets are built on the trust of our people. These visits are about starting to build their trust in you as the next head of the family. Do you understand why spending time with these managers is much more important than chasing some tenuous lead in our mystery? I do now, Mother. I'll find Carlito before he goes off shift and apologise for being distracted. I'll also see if there is something we can do for his mother. Maybe she would be suited to oversee a local inn or fill some other role for the clubs. Mother nodded. Good. Make sure you ask and show you care about him and his family. It was important enough for him to move back closer to home. So showing that it's important to us will go a long way to cementing his loyalty to our organisation. I'll do better for the next interview, I promised. Who is it? Mother gave me a tight smile. Since Samantha is not with us, I want to check on Thomasin. He's the manager for the Black Wing here. Why do you want to meet with him? I asked. He's an interesting man. His wife and daughter died in a fire just over a year ago. He asked for placement in the Black Wing. It's not uncommon for people who work on that part of the business to turn to darkness and withdraw. I want to make sure he's bearing up under his loss. I wondered what it would feel like to lose a family suddenly, and then take up a role in the depths of the club's Black Wing, where the worst of the Empire were consigned for punishment and death. I had experienced some minimal training in the Black Wing, so knew the protocols and processes they followed, but could not imagine working there for days on end. I thought about our role in the Imperial justice system as we walked down a hallway and took an elevator down to the street level of the club. 2 security doors, each with different keycards needed, separated the back-of-house area of the Black Wing from the rest of the club. Each area of all our clubs had public spaces that formed what most people thought of as the wings. Of course, all areas patrons and guests could access had at least as much space again for staff functions. The White Wing had catering facilities for preparing food and drink. The Green and Blue Wings had areas for maintaining the pools, fountains, plants, and services of those areas. The Red Wing had its private suites and dungeons as well as common areas where people could watch or be seen as their own fancies drove them. But such intricate facilitates required an equally elaborate infrastructure. The Black Wing was no different. We entered the staff area through a long corridor lined with thick glass, looking on sterile industrial holding cells. There were 3 cells visible, each with solid bars separating them from the open aisle on the other side of the glass. The cells were narrow, with just enough room that a tall man could touch each wall if they stood in its centre. Each cell had a thin bed and a fixed toilet at the far end. Prisoners here had no privacy. This club had an open medical bay at the end of the 3 cells. A blank door led beyond the holding area. Our hallway stopped at the same wall with a turn to the left, away from the prison cells and the windows overlooking them. A normal office door was a few paces down this hall. Mother knocked and opened the door without waiting for an answer to her knock. A small man looked up from behind his desk and smiled. "Lady Onwain, how nice to see you," he said as he rose. "Thomasin, I'm glad you're doing well," Mother replied. She introduced me, and then we sat opposite his broad desk, and they fell into an easy conversation. I listened, paying attention to not just his words, but his body language and gestures. I got the sense that he was tired but satisfied with his work. "Is there anything we can do for you, Thomasin?" I asked as the conversation wound down. He looked at me, then at my mother, and then back to me. "We'll be receiving a consignment in a couple of hours. I'm a little short-handed this week, with Masha being away taking care of a family issue. The judiciary has a related issue they've asked for assistance on." It was obvious there was more to the story. "What sort of assistance?" I asked. The man took a deep breath. "The bailiff is the consignment. There's been a bit of scandal in the city, and it just came to light. His daughter got caught red-handed stealing from a guild shop, and he tried to make it go away without ever going to trial. When a woman who knew the daughter had been arrested saw her walk free, she raised a charge with the judiciary, since it seemed she herself had previously had a run-in with the bailiff a few months ago. Evidently, the bailiff was taking some liberties with people being held for trial or sentencing. She knew the daughter had not escaped charges and punishment the same way she had, by servicing the bailiff, and did not think that was fair." Mother was scowling. "What can we do to help?" she asked. Thomasin seemed to be taken aback at the fire in her voice. The judiciary is short-handed since the bailiff is no longer able to perform his duties since he'll be coming here shortly. They requested the Black Wing provide assistance for the punishment of the daughter and mother." "The mother?" I asked. Thomasin nodded. "The daughter is 17. The parents are responsible for the actions of their children. The bailiff will receive his punishment here, while the reviews and appeals are managed, but they want the sentence for the mother and daughter to happen straight away. Give what's come to light. I suspect we'll have a bit of traffic in the Black Wing for the next few days. The bailiff evidently made a lot of enemies who will all see a path to payback here. I bet several new patrons sign up just to have a crack at him." "What is the sentence for the other two?" I asked. 20 for the daughter, 40 for the mother," he said. I thought back to the beating I had administered to 12 months ago. 20 lashes did not seem sufficient punishment for theft. I said as much. "Not lashes," Thomasin corrected. "It's to be the cane, and it's to be public outside the judiciary building this evening." That made me pale. A public caning would be bloody, painful, and humiliating for the woman and her daughter. It was also something I did not want to be seen to do. However, I knew how Mother would see the obligation. "Traditional garb?" Mother asked before I could think of it. Thomasin nodded. "Hood and everything." "Of course, we'll take care of it," Mother said without even looking at me. Thomasin seemed to relax, even though I had not noticed him tense up during the discussion. 2 hours later, I was dressed in the traditional blood-red pants and tunic of a judiciary punisher. Mother had insisted I dress early and practice with the thin cane to be used. The lightweight reed cane whistled through the air when I swung it with both hands. Thomasin had a heavy bag from a gym to practice on. The solid impact of the cane on the leather made a sharp crack, and I felt the impact in my wrists after a few practice swings. "Let your wrists break on contact," Thomasin advised. "It will reduce the strain on them. 60 strikes are going to wear you down. I'd use either a 7 or 10 count between strikes to give yourself time to rest." I nodded, resumed my stance, and struck again. "Good placement. It will be tricky to work your strikes up or down and not overlap too much. You won't have much choice on the mother. 20 you may be able to spread out. 40 are going to be overlapping." Mother nodded. She too was in the red of a punisher. "You'll break the skin, and they will bleed, Cosimo. If it starts running, have me step in and I'll blot the cuts and apply some astringent spray to keep it under control." "Understood. Anything else I should know?" "Don't talk to anyone but me," she said. "We'll take our positions and let the sentence be read out by the judiciary. Once they command us to carry out the sentence, I'll fasten them to the bench. The mother will be first. The daughter will have to watch before she gets her punishment. I'll keep the count." "What if they pass out?" I asked. I could imagine both trying to escape the pain. "I've got smelling salts. They will be conscious for the full count. If they go into true distress, there is a judiciary medic that will step in to revive them. Only the medic can postpone the punishment." I nodded and glanced at the clock. Mother saw me and nodded as well. We both donned the red hoods that fastened to our outfits, leaving us to see through a thin mesh that covered our eyes. Thomasin guided us to the entry hall, pausing as he checked the outside video before opening the door. "I'll watch the feed and make sure the stupid bailiff does as well," he said. "I'll be at the door to let you back in once duty is done." We both nodded and the door was opened. This entryway to and from the Black Wing was only a few steps away from the rear entry to the Judiciary Building. A court worker was waiting and escorted us into the Judiciary Building and through the former bailiff's domain. The cells here were larger than those in the Black Wing, along with a couple of holding pens that could easily accommodate small groups. Our guide led us through several hallways, and we could hear a raucous crowd outside as we reached the front courtyard doors. We stepped out into a small alcove next to a podium. The courtyard was not large, maybe a dozen square meters, but the terraced steps leading down to it were filled with citizens shouting and jeering at the mother and daughter shackled in front of the podium. The two women were obviously related with similar features and faces. They had light brown hair and dark eyes. Both were heavy for their frame, appearing soft and plump rather than strong. They were in loose grey prisoner shifts. Their eyes had a wild look to them, like feral animals looking for any escape. The crowd suddenly quieted as three judges emerged from the shadows behind the podium. They moved together to stand before the crowd, above the two women.
"Citizens of Porto Bari, hear our decree," one woman called out in a clear voice. The judge next to her looked at his notes.
Jessica Conwright, daughter of Sharon and Ulwain Conwright, has been found guilty of attempted theft from Gilda Hassan. Based on the apprehension of the guilty party and recovery of the property, the judiciary waives criminal indenture for theft and substitutes a sentence of 20 strokes by cane, in accordance with Edict 17 of the Imperial Constitution. There was a smattering of applause in the crowd before third judge spoke up. In accordance with the Imperial Constitution and Edict 4, Sharon and Ulwain Conwright, parents of the guilty, are responsible for her upbringing and actions, and shall share her punishment. Since they are the responsible party under the law, their punishment shall be doubled. There was more applause and cheering here. It seemed the bailiff and his wife had few friends present. "Finally," the first judge said, "during the course of investigation by the judiciary in the matter, Bailiff Conwright has been found guilty of multiple counts of misconduct in office, including impropriety to suspects under his supervision. Furthermore, this tribunal has determined the Ulwain Conwright, formerly bailiff of this court, has violated the protections of Article 5 in the Imperial Constitution with the malfeasance in the conduct of his duties, whereby subjects of the Empire were deprived of fair, common treatment regardless of their species, race, gender, or station in life. Specifically, Ulwain Conwright prevented fair treatment through the dispensation of favours, up to and including release from prosecution, which was beyond the powers of his office. His willful violation of our Constitution has been deemed an act of treason against the people of the Empire, and he is sentenced to death." The crowd was stunned silent. I don't know if they were expecting a public beating of the bailiff as well as his wife and daughter, but I don't think they were presuming he was getting a death sentence. Even his wife and daughter were shocked by the pronouncement. With a charge of treason, even if the sentence were reduced, the best he would face was life as a criminal indenture. "In the name of the Emperor, let this judgment stand," the three judges intoned together. The two male judges took a measured step back. The presiding judge motioned to us, and we stepped from the alcove together. The sight of us sent a murmur through the crowd, and the mother shouted as we approached.
"It was all her! I did nothing! I didn't know what the bastard was doing!" she screamed. "It wasn't my fault!"
We closed the distance and Mother slapped her with an open hand, stunning her before quickly unlocking the shackles holding her by the podium, and Frog walking her to a raised railing in the middle of the courtyard. She delivered a stiff-fingered jab just below her breasts and the woman bent over the rail, struggling to breathe. Mother efficiently clipped her wrist cuffs to metal loops running down the legs of the bench. The woman began blubbering as she realised her fate was unavoidable. It only took a few moments before her feet were attached to the back legs of the bench, and Mother ripped off her shift. I stepped to the right of her, eyeing the distance to her heavy, pale buttocks. I adjusted my stance and straightened out the cane in front of me. I looked at Mother, her expression hidden by the red hood, and nodded. She nodded back. We both looked at the judge.
"Carry out the sentence," the judge said clearly.
I pulled my arms back and swung them forward, making solid contact with her flesh. She screamed a wail of pain and tried to shift the bench.
"One,"
Mother called clearly. The crowd began clapping together, keeping a slow beat for me. I waited, and then swung again. 2. I settled into the rhythm of the clapping crowd and focused on placing each stroke on fresh skin. I blocked out the woman's cries and moans, only paying enough attention to ensure she had not passed out from the pain. At 18, I paused and motioned to my mother. Several of the strikes had broken the skin of her white bottom, and blood was seeping down, obscuring where I was working my way toward the tops of her thighs. The crowd quieted as Mother pulled out some swabs and blotted the blood. The woman screamed anew when the astringent spray was applied. Mother surveyed her work and then stepped back. I resumed my relentless task. 38, Mother counted as I saw the woman sag. I lowered the cane and motioned Mother forward again. The woman was hanging limply over the rail, and she quickly felt for a pulse before pulling out a small ampoule, cracking it, and waving it under the unconscious woman's nose. The woman surged against her restraints and screamed as she re-woke to the pain of her punishment. Mother inspected her well-lacerated arse and stepped back once more.
Whack.
39. I wanted to be done and rushed the final stroke. Whack.
40.
Mother and I stepped back as the judiciary medic and a guard came forward to tend the woman. She dropped to her knees when they released her, stood her up, and guided her away from the support of the railing. The crowd was silent and her sobs filled the small courtyard. It took several minutes for the woman to make her way before the podium and the waiting judge. Sharon Conwright, the judge said formally. You have been judged, found guilty, sentenced, and served your punishment. Once your daughter's sentence is complete, you will be free to go. This tribunal found no evidence that you or your daughter were complicit in your husband's crimes. Stand and witness that justice is served on your daughter. With those words, Mother moved to collect the girl. She was already sobbing, realizing there would be no escape from the caning, and maybe finally understanding what her actions had brought upon herself and her mother. She walked meekly to the rail and seemed to bend over willingly at Mother's touch. Her shift was pulled away. Her fat bottom jiggled as she tried to adjust herself to the height of the railing. Mother nodded and we looked at the judge. Carry out the sentence, the judge said clearly. Once again, the shocking sting of the cane cut through any thought the girl had of understanding the magnitude of the punishment she was to take. 1! The crowd was no longer clapping a cadence. With the mother, most of them felt she deserved such a strict punishment for failing to raise her daughter well and for ignoring what her husband had done. Now that they had seen a bleeding red arse that could easily be mistaken for meat at the butcher, they seemed to find some empathy for the girl. A few of the crowd seemed to have left during the prior punishment. I mentally counted and then struck once more. 2! I spotted a familiar face in the crowd near the back. I counted to myself and tried to ignore the thought of Samantha watching me perform this bloody duty. Did she know it was me wielding the cane? Would she be shocked and appalled as I was feeling? I understood it was a duty we carried, but it was not a duty I took any pride or joy in performing. In nearly any other case, A bailiff or one of their staff would be wearing the red. With the bailiff being implicated, the judiciary was concerned the staff was compromised as well. Their investigation was still underway, and many transfers would likely occur to ensure there was no one in the offices conspiring to hide their involvement. The judiciary had to know that their staff was above reproach. It was possible the judges themselves would be investigated by the office of the imperial magistrate. I was sure that the stiffness of the penalties to the mother and daughter were in part to avoid any thought of favouritism being applied. Charges under the Constitution of unequal treatment were taken very seriously, as the former bailiff's sentence showed. 20. The girl sagged as her sobbing continued. She was not as bloody as her mother, but would still not be sitting for several days. Mother blotted her backside and applied the stinging spray that would slow the bleeding. She motioned the medic and jailer forward once she was done. As with her mother, they unfastened the girl and took her to stand before the podium once more. Jessica Conwright, the judge said, you have been judged, found guilty, sentenced, and served your punishment. This tribunal found no evidence that you were complicit in your father's crimes. Should you come before the judiciary again and be found guilty of the crime of theft, you shall serve a minimum of 7 years criminal indenture. Should you be so judged before you reach your majority, your mother will serve the same sentence. Your sentence is complete, and you are free to go. The 3 judges turned away from the courtyard and walked through their own door into the building. Mother and I moved back to the alcove leading inside, and were soon away from the eyes of the crowd. We did not speak as we were escorted through the building and back to the discreet door of the Black Wing. Only after Thomasin admitted us did Mother utter a word. You performed your duty well, Cosimo, she said as she removed the red hood from her head. I just wish the bastard bailiff had witnessed it and received the same, I said, suddenly angry at the man who had caused the mess in the first place. Oh, he did, Thomasin said with a slight grin. He let us back into the staff portion of the wing and into the windowed corridor. The former bailiff was in the first cell, lying nude on his stomach. He had bloody welts from just above his knees up to his shoulders. He was on a cross before the monitor from the courtyard. He got a stroke for everyone his wife or daughter did. He will be ready for some follow-up questioning from the Magistrate's Inspector General tomorrow. I got word that they will be here on the morning train. Mother nodded. As I had surmised, the judiciary was worried more of their staff was involved. There are staff showers off the bunk room, Thomasin said. You may want to change and put this behind you. It's a duty we have, but it is not something we should enjoy. How do you do it? I asked suddenly. He looked at me, not as his current or future boss, but as an uncle would on a favoured nephew or niece. I requested transfer to the Black Wing when my wife and daughter were killed by a fire. In the year since, 3 other firebombs killed 7 people in and around Portobari. 4 low-life plebes were caught and convicted of the crimes. I don't know if the people that started the fire next to my home were among the guilty or not, but the possibility gave me the anger needed to do this job. Since then, I've come to realise no amount of retribution is going to bring my loved ones back to life, but I can carry out my duty to make sure future wives, daughters, sons and fathers don't have to live with my pain. I don't relish what some patrons do here in the Black Wing, but I also know that some of them have a need that would cause harm without release, just as my anger could have driven me to harm other innocents. I carry out the sentence that calmer minds assign. The line between vengeance and justice can be very fine. Performing my duties here makes sure I stay on the side of justice and do nothing to bring shame on the memory of my family. I wasn't sure if it was just rationalization on his part, or an abdication of responsibility in providing an outlet for his anger, but I appreciated him sharing his perspective. If there is anything you need, or if you ever decide to leave the Black Wing, please let me know, I said. Our family owes you a debt for the service you perform. He smiled but looked away uncomfortably. I realised that our organisation now was his family. Mother followed me through the door of the bunk room and into the communal showers. We both stripped off our red outfits and dropped them in the ready laundry bags before stepping into the open shower area and letting the hot water wash over us. "You really did well, Cosimo," Mother said as we finished rinsing off and grabbed thick towels. "I was angry," I admitted. "I was angry I had to perform the role. Then I was angry at the father and mother for raising their child so poorly. Finally, I was angry at the judiciary for allowing such a travesty in their own house." "And now?" Mother asked. "It's not anger. The anger insulated me from the actions I needed to perform. I don't know what I feel, but it's not anger. Who should my anger be focused at? What is within my control to change so I don't feel whatever this feeling is?" I looked up as she wrapped her towel around her. "What should I feel?" I asked. She did not meet my eyes, choosing instead to grab a second towel and dry her hair some more. Eventually, with her second towel hanging around her shoulders, she stepped closer and gave me a hug. "You should feel that you did a hard job. Well, you should feel that you upheld the honor of our family by carrying out a role that others would shirk. You should be happy that you have bonded a key employee to us by recognizing his worth and acknowledging his own pain and sacrifice." I nodded as she stepped back with her hands on my shoulders and looked me in the eye, seeking her own acceptance. "I do feel all that. Thank you, Mother. I don't say it often enough, but I love you." She smiled. "I love you too, Cosimo." "Are you all right?" Samantha asked as soon as I entered the suite. She crossed the room and wrapped me in a hug before I could dissemble and ask what she was talking about. I hugged her back, taking a deep breath and enjoying her scent. I reminded myself that this was what was important. She was what mattered most to me. I pulled back a little and kissed her gently. Her eyes went wide as the pressure of my kiss increased, but she did not pull back. My hands dropped below her waist and pulled her groin against my own, suddenly wanting her to know exactly how much I wanted her. When we finally parted, we were both a little breathless. "I'm fine," I managed to say, my eyes glued to hers. "How did you know?" She did a little double take and then blushed. "I've watched you move for hours and days. I knew it was you. I figured out it was your mother as well. When I asked your father, he said sometimes the clubs were called on to assist the judiciary. After hearing the judgment, it's no surprise they asked for help since the bailiff himself was involved. Are you sure you're all right? That couldn't have been easy." We moved to a couch looking out over the harbour and sat together. It wasn't easy, but it also wasn't difficult, at least not physically. I don't really want to do it on a regular basis, but I guess I am more mentally prepared if I need to perform such duties again. Honestly, I was more concerned about you knowing it was me in the red. Are you okay? She blushed again, looking down, and then let her gaze return to my own eyes. "If I'm honest, and I must be, the magnitude of the sentence you administered was troubling, but the act itself made me the opposite of upset. Once I realized it was you, I was proud that my man was performing his duty to the Empire, even if only I realized it. Parents are responsible for the proper education and raising of their children. That woman failed her own daughter and our society as a whole. The fact that her husband was a traitor to his own oath of office was almost less important. Everyone in the square was talking about it. Every parent was warning their children. Every child that witnessed it could see themselves in that girl's place with just a little imagination. You sent a message to the entire city with your work. I'm proud of you." She leaned in and kissed me. Tension and worry fled my mind, washed away by the touch and taste of her lips against mine. Time stretched, and then we parted. "Thank you," I said softly. She gave me a little smile, a tender smile. "How did your and father's time at the Collegium go?" I asked. She frowned. "No real insights. The professors remembered them both as fine students. They did write several papers together. We got copies for you to look at, but frankly they were beyond either of us to decipher. Based on the synopsis on them, one dealt with the reduction of neural inflammation with the use of certain plant-based extracts. The other seemed to extend that work with some refinement process. You'll have to read through them." I nodded, "How did the rest of your day go?" Samantha asked. I filled her in on the other interviews and we discussed what the next day or two would entail to finish up our review of the managers here. Eventually, 12 entered the sitting room and knelt at the end of the couch. I looked at her and nodded for permission to speak. "Master, Mistress Philippa has invited you and Lady Samantha to dine with her this evening." I glanced at Samantha, who nodded. "What time?" I asked. "In 30 minutes, Master." "We had better get freshened up then," Samantha said as she rose. 12, come assist me." It was my turn to nod. The two women departed, and I looked out across the harbour and thought about my day. A short time later, we were seated with the general manager of the Porto Bari Club. She put us both at ease with superficial questions on what we had seen and thought of Porto Bari in general, and the club in particular. I deflected her questions as she started asking on observations of specific managers Mother and I had met today. "You run a fine club," I said. "So far, we've just been getting to know your team here. I'm sure you have a better sense than us on the strengths of your managers." "I like to think so, but you never truly know until others come to the same conclusions. We'll meet with you before we wrap things up, but this is really collecting input for potential rotation opportunities. You know how fluid the middle layers of management are within the club. Even if we don't have specific opportunities, we like to know what people are good at and what they would like to do as opportunities present themselves." She nodded, but I could tell she did not like my answer. "Is there someone in particular you are concerned with?" I asked, to put her more on the defensive. "No. Thomason is the wing manager I worry most about, but you've seen how well he is doing. All the other wing managers have their jobs well in hand and have years of experience here and elsewhere. Most of our trade is in the core membership and guests coming into the white, green and blue wings. We have less traffic in the red and almost none in the black, which I guess speaks well for our city." Something in her voice caught my ear, but Samantha asked a question before I could. "Is less traffic in the red wing unusual?" she asked. I have to admit that I'm very new in learning about the clubs, but I always assumed the Red Wing was an attraction to patrons. In most clubs I've worked in, the Red Wing traffic was about 15% of visitors for any given 10-day, with blue and green accounting for about 20 each, and the bulk of the remainder coming for the white. Here, we seldom see more than 10% of our visitors in the red. I knew traffic to the black was less than even 1% of any club's trade. "Why do you think that happens here in Porto Bari?" Samantha asked. "The red usually appeals to 3 types of patrons," Mistress Philippa said. "The domination and submission crowd are what outsiders assume are the backbone of the wing, but really represent less than 5% of the patronage. 40% or so are a mixture of voyeurs and exhibitionists who want to see and be seen in provocative acts. The balance are people that want the private exclusivity the Red Wing offers. Outside of regular patrons, the Red Wing has an allure for guests seeking a thrill, but that doesn't drive sustained traffic." "Is the mix really a problem?" I asked. "I mean, your overall revenues and patronage are strong from the reports I've read." I think she was pleased that I was aware of her operating tempo. "I just compare it to other clubs I've worked at. The blue and red wings are what set us apart from other inns and entertainments in the city. I don't know if we are missing an offering in the Red Wing, or if the people we would expect to come here are going somewhere else. That makes me wonder if my people are doing something to limit the appeal of our offerings, through neglect or ignorance. Hence my questions about what you've seen so far." It was my turn to nod. "I've not yet talked to most of the managers in the red. We'll meet with them tomorrow and the next day. I'll see if I can probe on your concerns, but I'm mostly interested in getting to know them a little better." "Of course," Philippa said. The rest of our dinner conversation shifted to more personal questions about Samantha and me as the general manager deftly sought to get to know us personally. I spotted several of the conversational gambits grandmother had taught me as Philippa drew out small facts about how we met and what we were studying. She put us both at ease while trying to learn more about us as people. By the time dinner was over, it was clear she was a masterful manager herself. able to put people at ease but still get what she wanted or needed from them. That turned into an enjoyable inquisition, Samantha said as we walked back to our suite. Philippa is the most recently promoted general manager for a regional club. With that in mind, she understands that she will likely be the senior general manager for most of my tenure guiding the organisation. She wants to know what I'm like. I venture to say that tomorrow she'll dine with Mother and Father if he's still here. All the GMs know the internal politics and structure of the organisation. They know we manage more than just the normal clubs. They are all capable and ambitious. It's not surprising she wants to know more about us. But she can't run the clubs. That's your birthright, not something she can be promoted into, right? I shook my head. The GMs know our normal club operations. They know how we support the judiciary to a certain extent. They know we have eyes and ears throughout the empire, but they don't manage those folks. They know we have inns and accommodation outside the clubs. They know some of our people move out to manage those. They don't get the full picture of how everything connects, that we keep sperata. Part of our dinner conversation came to mind. I suspect Philippa was planting a seed for me to chase down. Our other assets in the city can tell if the people that we would expect to come here and visit the Red Wing are going elsewhere. Samantha chuckled as we entered the suite. And by bringing up the topic as she did, she lets you know that she knows there are other lines you can pull to get answers, without coming out and asking. She is clever, if that was her ploy. Will you do her bidding on this? I considered it. I think I'll look into it, but not until after we're done with our primary job here. I'll talk to Father or Grandmother and see what our network knows, then follow up with a note to Philippa after we leave, assuming we find something. In that case, I guess we could start interviewing some of the night managers, she said with a glance at the bedroom. Or we could get a good night's rest and start tomorrow fresh, I replied. I like the way you are thinking, but I'm not quite ready for a rest yet. She darted in for a kiss and then skipped toward the bedroom door, knowing I was going to follow. What do you think of Philippa's questions? Mother asked as we watched the outskirts of Porto Bari flash by the accelerating train window. We were heading north, then would switch lines to travel west and back to Cardino. The 9 hours to the capital and then the 14 hours across the continent, plus the time having our car switched to the Cardino line would see us home around 10 tomorrow morning. Father had taken a commercial berth on the same route 2 days ago, promising to lay the groundwork for a quiet trip to the Free Cities to see if we could find our cabal of scientists. Samantha and I had finished our interviews and met the management staff at the club, while Mother had tended to business from a temporary office. Father has said he would have someone look into it, but noted that our other interests in the city were not seeing issues in terms of traffic, or an unexpected influx of high guilders. Porto Bari is the smallest regional club city with the lowest percentage of high guilders and aristos. I'm not sure their Red Wing traffic is a fair measure of their market. Based on historic trends, they are in line with our expectations. Mother nodded. It's good to investigate, but don't let it distract you. The historical trends are the key here. If we start seeing greater fall-off, then you can dig deeper. Philippa is a great general manager, but she's ambitious. I know she wants to be promoted to the capital or San Mateo. I think that is the genesis of her concerns. And by raising them subtlety, she hopes she will not be blamed if they become more troublesome, Samantha asked. Mother looked at her, then nodded. Very astute, Samantha. That is very likely at least part of her motivation. Well spotted. Samantha smiled at the praise. Now then, Mother continued. When do you plan to discuss your relationship with Samantha's father, Cosimo? I glanced at Samantha. If he visits Cardino before my trip, I'll speak with him then. Samantha sent him a note asking that he visit, but she hasn't heard back yet. If it doesn't happen before I travel, I'll go to him as soon as I return. I can't imagine we won't talk before 3rd month at the latest. Mother smiled. Would an invitation from my mother prompt him to visit sooner? She asked. Samantha shook her head. When we last spoke, he was worried about the Emperor's health. He missed us in the capital because he needed to resolve some issues on our holdings, but plans to stay close so we can have a speedy transition when the time comes. Evidently, Tiberius has approached him for a role. assuming he is raised to the purple. Mother sat back and considered the ceiling for a moment. I thought he was planning on retiring and letting Rhys take your family's seat in the Senate, she finally said. Samantha nodded. That's what he said during the season, but Tiberius began sounding him out about taking a ministerial role, once of the commerce ministries, most likely. Mother nodded. That would smooth the transition of his Senate seat and keep some of Tiberius's supporters close to the capital. What of your other brother, Jeremy? He's happy running the estates, I think. At least he's never mentioned wanting to do something more. The holdings keep him busy, as do his wife and children. Mother considered for a moment. Samantha, I don't want to be rude, but how do you feel about Cosimo and our family? If you two are serious, you should talk to your father sooner than later. He may want to change plans if you two are to marry. I felt my own blush matching Samantha's and gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. I'm very serious about your son, Livy. Right now we have an understanding and are moving forward. I want to learn the business and finish my current course of study at the Collegium, but neither of those would prevent us from marrying. I know your mother wants a great-grandchild sooner than later, but I think a year or two after we wed is not unreasonable. Father won't need to adjust his plans for our holdings, since it was always presumed my husband and children would be outside the main line of the family. Rhys will take the Senate seat and be the nominal head of the family, while Jeremy will run the holdings under our family trust. One of their sons, probably one of Rhys's, will be trained for future service in the Senate, and another will be brought up learning to manage the holdings. Our family has followed that pattern for generations. Yes, but you know your father loves you. He likely has plans you are not fully aware of to make sure you and yours are taken care of. Those are the plans he may want to adjust. When you marry, you'll fade from one family and rise with another. Our whole society is built for sustaining itself over the long term. I just want to make sure you both are being candid with him. It was my turn to nod. If he can't come to us before I travel, I'll visit him with or without Samantha, Mother. I love Samantha. We should be engaged before I travel. Maybe not for the sake of her family and the upcoming succession, but because I want her and I to be committed to each other. Samantha beamed at me and squeezed my hand.
Yeah.
You'll need to be firm with your own grandmother, Cosimo. Don't let her convince you to put it off due to other business she wants you to look after. Remember our conversation about our true duty. This is more important than chasing down the traitors for the Empire. I could only nod my agreement and understanding. We all seemed to decide at the same time that we needed to relax a little on this leg of the trip, and Mother suggested some cards. 12 joined us for a 4-handed game, with Mother partnering first with Samantha and then with 12. She was not pleased when I beat her in both rounds and claimed fatigue before, and adjourning to her cabin and leaving us in the lounge section of the car. Samantha smiled and motioned me to the curved couch looking out at the countryside streaming past as we raced north. She snuggled next to me, deftly pulling my arm around her as she wiggled close. Are you really going to go and talk to my father? She asked softly, as 12 busied herself straightening up the seating area we had played cards at. Yes, I love you. I want to be with you now and always, I said before kissing her inviting lips. Her tongue darted out to brush mine, and her hand pulled my hand to cup her breast through the loose blouse she was wearing. My fingers traced a long curve of her breast, following the contour of the lacy bra I had seen her don earlier, then feeling a stiffening nub of nipple as she moaned into my mouth. She pushed her chest out, against my fingers as her own hand dropped to my waist. I deftly undid her buttons and reached inside to caress her hot skin. I love you too, she finally said. And I want you. I've been waiting, holding back and getting to know you, but now I want you to make me yours, she said with a husky whisper. We had given each other pleasure with our fingers, lips, mouths, and tongues, but had yet to have intercourse. Samantha had come close, several times, but then pulled one of the girls in and had me take them instead while she watched and played with herself, as if imagining being in their place. This time, her voice and obvious passion made me think it would be a different outcome. Her hands tugged at my belt, opening my pants with a sense of frantic need. In a flash, she dropped her head to my lap and slurped me into her mouth, sucking me gently, but quickly to hardness. As she knelt over my growing member, she hiked up her own skirt and I watched her push her panties down her firm, tanned legs. I was fully hard in a moment, and she nearly ended it all with a long, strong suck as she lifted her head from me and swung a leg over my lap to straddle me. "Put it in," she insisted as she grabbed my shoulders to balance herself. I fumbled between us, pulling the head of my cock through her folds until I felt it catch at her opening. She settled slowly until the head of my dick was wrapped within her hot, tight entrance. "Do you love me, Cosimo?" she asked in a whisper as she looked into my eyes. "You know I do," I said. She settled lower. "Are you going to ask my father to let us marry?" she asked. "You know I am," I said as I began to sense her game. Lower. "Are you going to fill me with your love and give me the family we both deserve?" she said softly as she lowered fully onto me. I felt my dick twitch at the thought of pumping into her over and over until I came. I pulled her lips to me and kissed her fiercely. My hands dropped to push down at the tops of her buttocks and grind her against me. I could feel her hot moisture soaking us. "I'm going to make you mine, and we will have a full, loving household," I said, as I lifted my hips to thrust into her and kissed her hard. She leaned into me, riding up and down slowly before leaning back and opening her blouse. I ran my hands up under the thin fabric, freeing her breasts from the lace-encasing bra and leaned my mouth down to suck a nipple in. She moaned and ground her hot pussy against me. "Oh my gods," she said. "You make me feel so good. Why was I waiting?" Her pace picked up then, and she bounced up and down. She flexed her hips and arched her back to rub against me in a very pleasant manner as my finger danced along her sides and under her skirt to cup her muscled ass. Our pace was steady, increasing slowly, and it seemed like we went on for minutes. Her breathing deepened. "I'm close," I whispered. She nodded, approaching her own release rapidly. She leaned back, offering me her breasts again, which I gladly nibbled on as much to distract myself as to help her over the edgy. She pulled my mouth to her breast, jerking up the cup of her bra and thrusting her tit to my lips. She held me tightly as her internal muscles shuddered and clasped me, pulling my own orgasm out. She threw her head back and moaned my name as we both came. I hugged her tight as we settled, breathlessly basking in the afterglow. She leaned her head on my shoulder. "Thank you," she said. "No, thank you," I replied. She giggled. "I made you wait months longer than I ever anticipated, but you definitely made it worthwhile," she said softly. "I never dreamed our first time would be in a train car, riding to the capital, but it was as good as any dream I did have." I kissed her. "Not to be greedy," she said with a smile, "but why don't we go to our cabin and try this again, with you doing a little more of the work?" "I think that's a splendid plan," I said with a smile.
12, she called. "Come clean your master up so we don't make a mess out here, please."
12 hurried over, having witnessed what we were up to, and dropped to her knees in the small space between the carriage wall and the couch we were sitting on. Samantha swung her leg over to sit beside me and cupped her pussy to hold my sperm inside. 12 moved quickly, sucking my dick in her mouth to capture our combined juices. It was only a few moments before she pulled off, and then moved to Samantha. 12 looked at me and I nodded. She pulled Samantha's hand away and dipped her head to begin licking her mistress's leakage from its source. At first, Samantha seemed shocked. She looked at me and I smiled before leaning in to kiss her. Gently, I pulled her knees apart to give 12 greater access. I watched as Samantha blushed, then put her hands at her side and leaned back to scoot her bottom closer to the edge of the couch. I ran my fingers down her sternum, teasing her exposed nipples, and then stroked through 12's hair, giving myself a better view of her tongue lapping along Samantha's glistening folds. "Oh shit," Samantha moaned when I moved my fingers to the top of her womanhood to rub in a small circle. She arched her back and clenched her stomach as a second orgasm hit her, pushing more of my spend onto 12's tongue. 12 sat back, smiling, and waited for instruction. I smiled and watched Samantha recover. From our previous play, I knew she had shied away from letting any of my slaves pleasure her with their mouths, only allowing it on rare occasions. She acted as if she preferred the penetration of fingers. If the depth of her breathing and look of rapture on her face were any indication, she would likely be changing that preference. "That was amazing," she finally said as she opened her eyes. "Thank you, 12. "My pleasure to serve, mistress." Her words brought another small gasp from Samantha. Until today, 12 had always addressed her as Lady Samantha. Mistress, from my slave's lips, had an entirely different connotation. I stood and pulled up my pants before offering Samantha my hand to stand. 12, check on us an hour before you wish to serve dinner, I said as I motioned Samantha to head to our cabin. Cosimo, Grandmother said after the pleasantries of greetings and offers of tea were handled. You both did well on your visits. Uncovering the fact that there is a missing traitor may make us change our plans. How so? Mother asked. It makes his trip more urgent since we need to find the Cabal before they meet with this new traitor. You and Charles are going to need to chase that lead in the Empire while Cosimo visits the free cities to ferret them out. Charles is already in Romanifo getting passenger manifests. ImpSec will have to help. Livy, you need to make sure our official eyes and ears are watching, and then Charles will need the dark network looking as well. Until we know the other traitor is not an aristo, we must assume they are. Cosimo, you need to link up with your father and get sailing. No! My single word refusal caused her to snap her head up and look at me. At least not yet, I amended. The ships in winter are not as frequent. The line won't depart for 8 days. I have business to attend to here or in the capital that I want settled before I travel again, I said with a glance at Samantha. Grandmother's stare was cold. More important than our family duty? She asked. I smiled. Yes, since it is part of that duty. I took Samantha's hand in my own. I need to talk to Samantha's father, and I want to do it before I travel, so there is no doubt about my intentions when I return. Grandmother's look softened and Samantha smiled. I suppose that is acceptable, Grandmother conceded. It also explains why I received a note from Michael for a meeting this morning. He should arrive tomorrow morning on the same train you took today. Talk to him tomorrow before I do. I want you preparing for your trip starting today. You'll need to prepare 7 and 12 as well. Prepare how? My confusion was obvious. The free cities have different expectations and standards for slaves. You need to discuss that with Master Geraldo, who has some first-hand experience over there. You need to discuss your visit report with him as well. After you talk to him, we need to work on your cover tonight so you can focus on being prepared after you talk to Michael. She shifted her gaze to Samantha. I'm sorry you won't have the gala you deserve to mark the occasion, dear. I promise to make it up to you during the season. I will be asking you to join Cosimo in meeting with Master Geraldo. Your insights on your trip are as important as Cosimo's, since you come into the organization with fresh eyes. I also want you to help with Cosimo's cover for the trip, but we can discuss that later. Samantha nodded and gave my hand a squeeze. Cosimo, I'll send 7 up to your apartments to await your return. Please have 10 begin attending me as her replacement. Alia will see to her instruction. What about 11? I asked. Let Samantha have her for the duration of your journey. They can begin working on their own relationship so there are no troubles when she is the mistress of your household. Samantha, dear, you can decide if you want her at your house or if you would like to move into Cosimo's apartment. There are benefits to both approaches, so take your time in deciding. Now, run along, children. We'll dine at 18 tonight. With that, Samantha and I stood and took our leave. Mother gave us both hugs and then resumed her seat with her own mother. Samantha and I detoured to my own apartments to have 11 and 12 take her luggage to her home, collect our pads, and went in search of Master Geraldo. It was the first time Samantha saw the sub-basement of Grandmother's home and the tunnels connecting to the club. This would come in handy in cold weather, Samantha said. She was obviously realizing at least one benefit of moving in with me. We'll need to discuss getting you access with Grandmother, I said. She may have some other duties for you as well. I'd be careful getting lost down here. It can be easy to get turned around if you don't know where you're going. She nodded as we entered the club portion of the tunnels. Soon we were knocking on Master Geraldo's office door. "I've read your report on the Capital Club and Porto Bari. Tell me more about Tristan," he said after we exchanged pleasantries more suited to a social call than junior managers of the organisation reporting to their senior. Samantha took the lead. She clearly relayed the demeanour and confidence we had observed in the assistant manager at the Capital Club. I smiled as soon as I realised she was telling him what was not in the written report. When she finished, he looked at me. "Anything to add, Cosimo?" I could sense the test he was presenting. He's trained his staff well. If he moves on, there are ready successors for the assistant manager role. Additionally, his juniors all were very complimentary of his management abilities. Finally, while we did not fully tabulate the accolades in his file from patrons, he is very well regarded by the local membership. He should be viewed as a rising star for us. Master Geraldo smiled for the first time in our meeting. "I'm glad your assessments match my and the Grand Dame's own. We'll work on moving him here for some final polishing and likely place him in his own club after the season." "Well done. Now, let's talk about the succession plans and whomever else we should move before the season." While the imperial calendar set most business cycles, the club moved in time to the grand social season. Clubs with high involvement in the celebrations usually received new staff before the silliness started, and then sent well-trained veterans to their new assignments once the madness subsided. We pulled up our notes and began talking. 2 hours later, we finished and had a light lunch. Our conversation then turned to my trip. "The free cities are anything but free, Cosimo. You must never forget that. They are not even a single country or state. Each city is a political entity unto itself, usually run by an autocrat by any other name. You'll arrive in Thistle, the main port city. It's run by a mayor, who is notionally elected by the leading merchants of the port." "What do you mean notionally?" I asked. "The elections happen when the former mayor dies. The strongest merchant is usually the kingmaker if they don't want the job themselves. Bribes and pressure decide the outcome of the election. The merchants who have at least 3 ships or 3 warehouses and 500 workers are called burghers. They are the only voters in the election." "So, no popular voting?" Samantha asked. Master Geraldo shook his head. "The peasantry, and that's what the burghers call anyone who is not one of them, have no voice in the running of Thistle. However, the nearby town is called Crown, and there the lowest class can vote for a council, who has some influence with their mayor. Crown has the same approach to electing a mayor, but the council has to approve city tariffs and taxes as well as expenditure of funds." "That sounds confusing and very inefficient," I said. Master Geraldo snorted a laugh. "We're only getting started. Crown and Thistle thrive on trade, especially with the Empire. The 2 adjacent towns of note are Cannon and Plough. Cannon has mostly smithies and focuses on metal production and manufacturing. There it is, the masters of that craft that elect a mayor. They are more honest than most, almost like our high guilders. Plough is the town shielding most of the region's arable land. It is the main market for food in the area. They come close to a popular democracy, since only owners of productive land can vote for their mayor. There are other, smaller towns that have their own flavour of similar structures, but the key is the people that produce and control the flow of goods have the power. I considered what a quagmire of politics the setup must create. How do they get anything done if they are all independent? The mayor's council is the mayor of each city or town. Collectively, they set a levy for each town to pay toward common works and defence. Votes get aligned with that contribution, so the people that pay end up having the greatest say in things. They don't have a single head but elevate one of their own members to be the chairman of the council when they meet. They fund the expansion and defence of the free cities collectively. Historically, they are a very greedy bunch. That has been the driving force behind their conquest of territory and their desire to take over the kingdom in the clouds. They want to keep their own people from questioning why taxes and levies keep increasing. It sounds volatile from a political perspective, Samantha said. Master Geraldo nodded. It is. They are a bad season away from a peasants' revolt. They don't help themselves with their practices of slave labour either. Hereditary slavery is the norm, and anyone convicted of a crime can be sold into slavery. And the truth of the matter is that slaves have no rights. They are property, plain and simple. If a slave is killed, the killer must pay the fair value of the slave but is not charged with any crime. Peasants are at least considered people. That's why I caution you on a cover story that will not reveal your companions include slaves. Enough people over there have at least heard of visits to the Empire, so behaviours we would think nothing of, such as addressing you as master, will tip your hand over there. You need a cover story, and then you need to fit your travel companions into that cover and work here and during your voyage to reinforce their roles. I realised all our conditioning would work against us for this trip. Master Geraldo glanced at Samantha and then gave me the briefest of nods. He knew what I was thinking. So, we need them to be good servants, but watch a whole slew of mannerisms they may have picked up here, right? Exactly. You will want to discuss this with them fully and then move them to a different environment where they can practice and get used to this role. Fortunately, they are relatively new to their situation as indentures here. An indenture who has been in service a couple of years should never be taken where you are going. I recommend getting them away from Cardino as quickly as possible. Romanifo? I asked. He shook his head. You don't want any slips where a fellow traveller may see them. I understand you have a small house being built on your vineyard outside of town. I'd start there. A few days of living their cover stories and getting used to you interacting with them differently will help. Then move to the outskirts of Romanifo. You'll want them fully into their roles before you enter the free port, since that is the place you're most likely to run into fellow travellers on your journey. Of course, how you and they need to act will depend on your cover story and the legend you build for yourself. Flesh out the details, then consider the emotions and behaviours that would come from those life choices. No chance of going as myself? I asked. Looking at property for an inn under the club management might be a good story. Master Geraldo made a slight grimace and rubbed the bridge of his nose. You'll need to discuss that with your grandmother. We already have an association in Crown adjacent to the Imperial Embassy. His pronouncement surprised me. I had not heard anything about a club presence outside the Empire. You'll need a reason to travel around some, Samantha said. You don't know where these folks may be holing up at. I nodded, still trying to get my head around operations outside the Empire. Does the Empire need anything besides commerce from the free cities? I asked. Negotiating purchases could be a good cover. It might also flush out our query if it's something they could use for themselves. Master Geraldo sat back and stared at the ceiling. Most overtures from the Empire are rebuffed by the Council of Mayors. I think they fear a loss of power or control if too many of the peasants realise we aren't the evil they have been told we are. What do we trade to them? I could pretend to be a new merchant looking to sell to their markets. I happen to own a vineyard. Could I sell them wine? That might work, but you'll have to strike a neat balance. They don't produce much wine, so it will be a luxury good. That means you'll need to have something that's both better than their local drinks and cheap enough they want to buy it. With shipping costs, you would most likely make little or lose a lot. But it's a reasonable cover, no? He nodded. It would position you as a gilder, maybe a high gilder, so you could easily play your part. For the two women, they are obviously mother and daughter. Maybe you pretend to be betrothed to the younger with the older as chaperone on the trip. Samantha frowned at that suggestion. Why can't they just be servants? She asked. The locals don't have a lot of respect for women on their own over there. There are exceptions, but very few of them. Girls are expected to stay at home and help the family until they get married off. A woman kicked out of her household is treated little better than a slave. A lone woman is likely to be viewed as public property, if you get my meaning. That is one thing you'll have to keep an eye out for. Neither woman can roam the streets alone. That sounds awful, Samantha said. A peasant woman alone on their own is someone else's problem if a male peasant or male burgher comes across her. Even if they travelled with you as servants, you'd have to be careful, since the burghers have been known to use their women servants to close a deal. Since they don't have birth control, there are a lot of blowjobs and buggery when that happens. If they offer a companion to you, they'll expect one in return. I think you'll be better off pretending a betrothal, so you don't get into that situation. They may still offer, but you'll have a solid excuse to decline. That may be best, but I'll discuss it with grandmother. Are there courtship or marriage customs I should be aware of? Master Geraldo nodded. There are several that come to mind, but you'll want to think about your legend before I share them. If you are a besotted young gilder with a promised woman and her mother travelling, the agents at the free port and on the ship should brief you of those. Not knowing them in advance will help you sell the cover. I'd recommend you focus on getting your cover established in your and the ladies' minds first, then worry about the strange customs. I nodded. This may be more challenging than I thought, I admitted. If we didn't need them to identify the conspirators, it would make things so much simpler. I obviously had a lot to learn about women still. Samantha enjoyed watching me take pleasure from the women in my household, but was not happy at all with the thought of me pretending to be betrothed to anyone except her. I had tried to ignore her cold shoulder for the afternoon and the frosty stares at dinner. Grandmother seemed to notice the frostiness at the table and told me to send 7 and 12 to her for the night. Samantha decided I should escort her home after dinner and said goodnight at her door with a chaste kiss. I went home and slept alone. Hence, I was surprised to see Samantha smiling in my kitchen preparing breakfast when I returned from the gymnasium. "Good," she said before giving me a much more passionate kiss. I was worried this hard work would go to waste before we went to the station to meet father. I smiled. "I'm glad you're here. Do we need to talk?" "About what?" she asked innocently. "Maybe about how much you dislike the pretense of this trip." She gave me a sad smile. I had time to think. "I understand you need to have a solid cover, since you're going after at least one suspected killer. I understand you need 7 and 12 with you. It makes sense here," she said as she tapped a finger to her temple. "But it's hard to reconcile here." Her hand moved to cover her heart. "I love you. I know you love me. I just forgot that for a bit yesterday. Can you forgive me?" I pulled her to me. "Of course. I'm sorry if I caused you any doubts." She gave me a smile. "I do have one request," she said. I nodded. "Anything. 7 returns to your grandmother when your trip is over and does not become part of our household no matter how close you are forced together on this journey." "Of course." She shook her head. "It's not of course. I want you to promise. If not for their situation, she is the girl that would have tried to catch your eye during the season. She is the type of high gilder who would aim to trip you at a ball and land beneath you. I've seen you look at her and I know you find her attractive. I don't want this trip and her pretend role in your life to become real." I was surprised. "You know it won't, that it can't. She is an indenture for life. Her father condemned her to that fate with his treason. There is no channel of appeal for her, for any of them. You have my word that she won't be part of our household unless you invite her in. Is that good enough?" She gave me a hard look. "I suppose it will do." And she motioned me to the table and the light breakfast she had prepared. "Do you know what you're going to say to father? When will you speak to him?" I grinned at her as I chewed some food. "I plan on asking for his blessing for us to wed. I thought I'd ask him in private after we got him to your house, maybe before lunch with grandmother. Unless you want me to just blurt it out on the platform at the station." She had the grace to blush. "I know I'm being silly, but you make me feel so confused at times." "As do you, my love. What will you say when he asks you for your desires?" She imitated a fish out of water for a minute. "You think he'll ask me? Why? He knows I'm mad about you." I shrugged. "He may want to make sure. You told me he sent you out here for the season to find love. He may want to make certain you are choosing me and my family for the right reasons. If I had a treasure in a daughter like you, I'd want to make sure she was going to be happy." Samantha rounded the table in an instant and kissed me while trying to choke me in a hug. "I do love you madly, Cosimo. I fear I love you too much. I think it was that love that made me a little crazy yesterday. love and fear that you might slip away. I gently cupped her face in my hands and looked her in the eye. I love you as deeply, I said. I don't ever want to do something that would make you doubt that devotion. She was crying at my words. I hoped they were tears of joy. Eventually, she pulled back from me and went to the sink for a damp towel. "Eat up so we can go meet a train lover," she said before wiping her eyes. I did as I was told. By the time we reached the station, Samantha seemed to be back to her normal self. I decided to be careful with Seven when she was around. Grandmother had planned on giving 7 and 12 a briefing and sending them off to the vineyard house. I had taken Samantha's suggestion from the summer to build a small getaway on my new property. It wasn't finished yet, but was good enough for temporary occupancy. It would be small for the 3 of us, but Grandmother had agreed that we needed to separate 7 and 12 from Cardino to get them used to not thinking like slaves. Grandmother had dubbed them Anna and Bianca Haas. Anna, the mother, was a widow who had worked as a cook to make ends meet while making a match for her daughter Bianca. We met during the season at a ball Anna was working at, and had arranged an invitation for Bianca to attend. Many of the details of our meeting and courtship were plucked straight from real life, which may have fed Samantha's jealousy. As we walked to the station, I realised how expedient decisions to build a good backstory could have made Samantha feel like she was being replaced. I would have to be careful about putting too much reality into my fictional legend. It was unlikely our backgrounds would ever be tested, but Grandmother insisted we be prepared. Having a missing imperial subject involved increased the need for caution and careful planning. She had decided I could remain Cosimo at least, in case someone did check that I owned a vineyard. Besides, I might get some actual business done while hunting our prey. If only I had actual wine being produced already. "Hurry up, Cosimo," Samantha said as she sped her steps. His train arrived early. I followed along, looking at the platforms and then the arrival display. We arrived at the platform just as the train doors opened. "Slow down," I said. "The first-class carriages are here." I motioned to the near end of the train. We both spotted the senator stepping off at the same time. "Papa!" Samantha called as she waved at him.
Michael Dennison turned at the sound of his daughter and smiled as they closed to one another. Samantha gave him a big hug of genuine affection. I took the opportunity to grab the bag at his feet. "Cosimo," he said by way of greeting as they parted.
I shook the offered hand. "Good to see you again, sir," I said. "Sorry we could not connect when we visited the capital." Samantha manoeuvred herself between us, on my left while I carried the senator's bag in my right hand. He smiled at his daughter's self-placement. "I think she wants to keep you at arm's length from me, Cosimo. I'm just not sure what that really means. I get the feeling I should have brought her brothers as reinforcements." He knew what this visit was about, at least with regards to Samantha and me. I smiled. "I doubt serious reinforcements will be needed, sir. I've already surrendered." "Stop it, you two," Samantha admonished. "I'm just happy my 2 favourite men in the world are here with me. How long will you be in town, father?" she asked. "Overnight only," he replied. "I need to meet with Cosimo's grandmother but came now due to your note. Is everything all right?" "Yes," I replied. "But let's discuss that more once we get you settled." Conversation turned to news in the capital and the Dennison estates. Michael and Samantha caught up on family and household staff from his recent visit home. "So, your studies are going well?" Michael Dennison asked once we reached his home in town. "Yes, father. I am also planning on starting to learn about the club and what it means to be a manager in Cosimo's family organisation." The senator's eyebrows rose at the statement. It seemed that Samantha had not shared many of our plans with his family. "Is that wise?" he asked with a look at me. "I see my future, father," Samantha said. "You always taught me to go after what I wanted in life. This is what I want. We can discuss it more over lunch, but I think you and Cosimo have some things to discuss first," she said as she ushered us into the study just off the entryway of their home. We both watched her as she backed away through the door and closed us in the room. We both stared at the door for a minute before looking at one another. I shook my head, and Michael burst out laughing. "I think you have a strict taskmistress, Cosimo," he said with a smile. I nodded, suddenly trying to find the perfect words. "I'm happy to dance to her tune, at least in this matter, sir." He moved to the chairs in the room and motioned me to sit. I did. "So, what is this business we need to discuss?" he asked with a hint of a smile. "Your daughter and my future together, sir. I'd like to ask your blessing to marry Samantha." "I suspected you were on this course since the season, Cosimo. I sent Samantha here with what I thought were words of wisdom, to find her soulmate and follow her heart. When I learned who she had chosen, I almost regretted those words as folly. Then I reconsidered. You have burdens that I doubt I could shoulder. Samantha is like my wife in that regard. She will be a pillar to support you. When you feel weary, Samantha will help you stay strong. I see the same type of commitment in you, Cosimo. When she needs reassurances, you will be there. It is not a life I ever dreamed for her or any of my children, but I realize how important it is to our empire, to our people. Of course, you have my blessing, and you'll have my support with her brothers as well. I assume your grandmother agrees with your plans." I nodded. "And I suppose that explains her interest in working for the clubs as well." "Yes, but she also knows what other expectations my grandmother and mother have." "Oh? What's that?" "A family, sir. Our house needs more than a sole heir. My grandmother expects me to have a large family that can be trusted to help manage our business and fulfill our duty to the empire." Michael smiled. "I love all of my grandchildren," he said. "I find I'm in agreement with your grandmother and mother on this front. How does Samantha feel about this?" She said she's looking forward to it but wants to finish her studies before we get started on a family." He nodded again. "How will you manage the secrecy? My other children will want to meet their nieces and nephews. They love their little sister and will want to share in her joys. Have you thought about that yet?" he asked. "Not really, at least not in detail. I don't think it will be an issue for a while. In a decade or two, once we've had our first full treatments, we may need to pull away some, but not for a while." He stood and went to the bar cart in the room. He poured the two of us drinks and returned to his chair after handing me a glass. "To your futures, my son," he said. We both sipped the whiskey. "Tiberius has asked me to consider a post as a Minister of Commerce once he ascends. Reese would take my Senate seat. I'm thinking I'll ask for the Western region and keep offices in Romanifo. That would put him much closer to us, at least for the short term. I think Samantha will like that, sir. It will give Reese and Jeremy enough distance to be their own men and provide me with a needed change of scenery from the capital and our estates. I never wanted to be the patriarch that kept his children from spreading their wings and making their own way in the world." I nodded, understanding. "So why the rush from you and my daughter?" he asked after another sip of his drink. I sighed. "I need to travel on family business. I wanted to make certain my intentions were clear to Samantha and you before I make this journey." He raised an eyebrow. "I need to visit the free cities. It's possible there is some danger with the journey." He looked at me, obviously wanting to ask for more details, but shrewd enough to understand I would not talk about family business so easily. He nodded. "A winter crossing can be a dangerous thing. When do you leave?" "I sail in 7 days. I need to leave town tomorrow to prepare a few things for the trip. I hated the idea of leaving without making my intentions clear to you, to Samantha, and to my own family. I'm grateful you could make this trip. Knowing my daughter has found a worthy man makes me glad as well, Cosimo. Romanifo was unique in the empire with its clash of modern and old architecture and style. Situated in the only large bay on the northern half of the continent, formed by the confluence of 2 major rivers, and a relatively soft limestone ridge thrust up from the ocean floor. It provided ship shelter from the prevailing westerly winds and the stiff current sweeping down from the colder regions of the north. The large natural harbour had been attractive to early settlers seeking their livelihood on the sea. It looks Different than I imagined, Bianca said as the train slowed along the encircling ridgeline before dipping down toward the city. It's the only major city you'll see modern styles juxtaposed so closely with more rustic and ancient design, I said. You can just see the wall of Freeport along the southern head of the harbour. That's the line of demarcation for building codes. Everything inside the walls must be lower tech building and materials. Why? Bianca asked. She had adopted her role as my betrothed, clinging to my arm and engaging me in conversation. Her mother, Anna, watched our interplay and reeled her daughter in whenever needed, pretending to be the doting matron guiding her child into adulthood. The birthright wars, I said. Around 600, the colonists from the free cities managed to sail across the ocean for trade and exploration. The winds and currents dropped them here at Romanifo. Initially, they only wanted to trade. For nearly 50 years, that's all it was. Then, in 648, a large fleet of vessels was spotted. Our ancestors assumed it was only a trading armada, but they wanted more than trade. They felt they were entitled to the technology their ancestors had turned their backs on. Rather than negotiate, they tried to take. They landed and began pillaging. Imperial troops had to be brought in by train to repel them. Half of the city burned. Hundreds of citizens were taken hostage and thousands were killed. The Armada suffered casualties as well, but not enough to prevent about half of their fleet from escaping. What happened? Bianca asked breathlessly. It was the birth of the Imperial Coast Guard. Porto Bari produced ships for patrolling and war, while the Empire rebuilt here and trained its forces. In 650, an excursion west was launched. Their port, Thistle, where we are headed, was razed and Imperial forces laid siege to Crown while raiding across the countryside. Eventually, they sued for peace. A treaty was struck after the leaders responsible for planning the attack were turned over to our forces. Why not rebuild with modern styles and materials? Anna asked. Traders are only allowed in Freeport. It was decided that no modern technology would be shown to them during the regular course of business. The Coast Guard pickets ensure no traders penetrate deeper into the harbour, and Imperial security prevents easy travel outside the Freeport for non-citizens. Inside the Freeport, the building code is low-tech and sturdy. No wooden structures, no flammable roofs. Stone and slate are the rule, along with metal-clad doors. You can't have any windows on the first floor of a building, and the upper floor windows must have sloped sills to prevent easy climbing. Bianca gave a small shiver. It sounds horrid. I hope we won't stay there long. I found myself patting her hand, naturally adopting the character I was playing. We won't. Why board in Freeport? Anna asked. I mean, the ship includes modern technology. Isn't it at risk? It was a fair question. The line has special permission. They can't trade in technology, but a decision was made a decade ago to show the flag to the other people of the world, to show some of our capabilities. Evidently, it went all the way to the Senate for a vote before it was allowed. I've always wondered if the jealousy it may create outweighs the benefits. Where will we stay tonight? Anna asked. Our ship had 3 days before its departure, and we would board the night before sailing. There's an inn near Freeport that we've got rooms at. We'll want to make certain our travel clothes are clean and fresh, and I'll take care of getting our cargo to the bond agent for loading. We'll dine in tonight and enter Freeport tomorrow. Why stay in Freeport at all? Bianca asked. Everything gets inspected going in and coming out. Imperial security will be watching it all. It can take a full day to process through, though I expect it to only take us a couple of hours. How early of a start tomorrow? Anna asked. I'd like to leave the inn by 10. Our wares will be loaded by midday, and we can board the ship after 15. There is an inn near the wharf we can relax at if we clear inspections quickly. The ladies exchanged a look and sat silently as the train dipped lower and the sight of the harbour was lost. Soon I felt us slow further and knew we were approaching the station. An hour later, we were settled in a small suite of a thoroughly modern inn. The staff was efficient in delivering our 2 travel trunks, and Anna was guiding Bianca through pulling everything out, inspecting it and then arranging it for repacking. I set up at a desk in one of the 2 bedrooms and pulled my notebooks from my valise. Master Toscano had been generous with his knowledge, and I had created suitable vintner notes under his watchful eye. He was careful in not asking too many questions of why I needed to pretend to be in his guild. The fact that I did own a vineyard helped.
Cosimo,
Anna called from the sitting room where they were getting organised. Yes? I asked as I stood and joined them. Anna fidgeted with the tied fabric belt around her waist. I have questions about this trip. May we speak? I could tell she wanted to add master to her sentence, even if she did refer to herself as I. Grandmother had warned me about the struggles they might have for the first few days, and suggested I be gentle with them. Go ahead, I said, but let's be wary of any conversation. They did not need to know that we owned this hotel. We did not keep a club in Romanifo, but the city was too important to have none of our eyes and ears around. Anna pursed her lips and considered her words for a moment. If I were the person we are supposed to be, I think I would either be insisting you marry my daughter before the trip, or insisting we stay behind. Going with you seems to be the most foolish choice a mother could make. I nodded. I agree. Why would I insist you both journey with me? What is a logical explanation? Bianca stepped closer. Love? She had a hint of hope in her words. I shook my head. Love would be a reason to rush the marriage and bring you on the trip. It would also remove the need for a chaperone, though you might want to bring your poor mother along for your love of her. Fear? Anna asked. Fear of what? By whom? I replied. She licked her lips. I think I would fear that you, a struggling vintner, might want to sell my beautiful daughter to the brothels of the free cities. I think she would fear you cavorting with the loose women in those same brothels, and have some fear of you abandoning her if she were left behind. I think you would fear leaving such an attractive but desperate woman behind, with your land and possible fortune in her hands. I think we all need to think about how these sorts of fears would make us act. I thought about the acting classes I had taken and nodded. Understanding the motivations of our characters would make our performances more credible. How would these fears come out in our actions, Anna? Anna blushed. I would be telling my daughter to be certain she was satisfying you, building a bond that would keep her safe. I would be making sure she was learning to take care of feeding and comforting you. I would hope my instructions would have value to you, so you would keep us both around. I nodded again. In short, she would act just as she had since I arrived home. I gazed at her daughter. I loved Samantha, but was honest enough to admit how attractive the woman before me was. If she were not a slave, she would be the belle of many balls. I considered how I would act if I were a young winemaker, looking to secure his future with this lovely creature. I would be lavish with my affections, winning Bianca over so she would not want to find someone else, someone with a better outlook, more money, or a stronger family. I would want to keep her close for the same reasons. I would be deferential to you, her mother, to keep you on my side as I worked to secure a suitable future for us all. I would keep you near so you would continue coaching her in the ways of married life. Anna nodded and looked at her daughter. After a pause, she spoke. I think I would be following my mother's instructions while figuring out ways to bind you to me, to wash away my insecurities. I nodded. So, what does all this mean? I asked. I knew Anna had a reason for speaking her mind. Bianca, her mother said, do as I instructed, and I'll finish up out here. Bianca blushed at her mother's command, but crossed the room and took my hand. She guided me toward the large bathroom of the suite and closed the door behind us. I started to say something, thinking of Samantha, but she put her finger to my lips. Mother insists, and I agree, Cosimo. I want to take care of you and cement you to me. There is a barrier between us right now. We need to move past that to play our roles. She turned on the hot water in the large shower and then began undressing me. She paused once my shirt was removed. Her fingers shifted to her own clothes. She glanced up to make certain she held my attention, but focused on delicately untying the bows holding the top of her dress closed. She swept her long platinum blonde hair over her shoulder before slipping the sleeves of her dress down her arms, showing me her breasts and erect nipples. She pushed the dress down over her hips, letting it drop suddenly to the floor, and stood before me in naked glory once again. She looked up, licking her lips, and then stepped closer to reach for my pants. Her touch was light, delicate, teasing and enticing as she unbuckled my belt and then dropped to her knees to remove my shoes. She closed her eyes and breathed in deeply before unclasping my trousers and lowering them to the floor. She coaxed me to lift my feet free and then repeated her motions with my briefs. She leaned forward, catching my stiffening manhood for the briefest of kisses, before standing and pulling me into the steamy shower. Her efforts were both deliberate and delicate as she soaped my body and ran her fingers across my chest, stomach, and legs. She stood close, pressing her breasts against my skin, and tipped her face upward, inviting a kiss. I obliged. I'm to be pure until my return, Cosimo, but there are things I can do. Will you let me? I was bespelled by her touch and could only nod. Slowly, keeping her gaze locked with mine, she lowered herself once more. Strip them clothes off, the greasy official said with a leer at Bianca. What? I asked. They're CIs. It's irregular enough you've got a pass to take them out of the Empire. There will be no contraband slipped through on my watch. Now strip off. Anna and Bianca looked at me, pleading. I gaped at the man. We had been treated with bureaucratic indifference when we first arrived at the customs house that formed the gate into the free port. Each group of people entering the port were gathered and taken to screening rooms by one of the officials at the station. Once seated, I had to fill out forms including our status and residence in the Empire. Grandmother and father had been very explicit on what I was to put on the forms. It was the truth, with only a few minor exceptions. Noting that Anna and Bianca were criminal indentures under my supervision, had raised an eyebrow. The official who had first read our forms had hurried from the room. The current toady had arrived half an hour later. The man was sweaty and unkempt and had an odour to him, but the avarice and lust in his eyes was evident. "Get busy or leave," he commanded. I nodded. Anna carefully set aside her travelling cloak and began unbuttoning the top of her dress. She kept her lips pressed tightly together as she pushed the top down to her waist, displaying her breasts to the cretin before continuing the buttons at her waist. Once loosened, she let the dress drop and then pushed her loose underpants, more like shorts, down as well. The man licked his lips and then stared at Bianca, waiting. "Do as you're told, Seven." My use of her number in the household broke through her seeming paralysis. She followed her mother's actions. Soon she stood naked in a puddle of cloth. "Now I just need to check." Bang! The door sprung open and a thick, sturdy-looking woman in a black Imperial security uniform strode into the small room. "Redarn," she said in a tight, low voice. "What do you think you are doing here?" The man tore his eyes from Bianca and Anna and stammered as he saw the woman glaring at him. "They're CIs, Inspector. I need to inspect them." His voice was ragged, as if he knew his justification was not going to cut it. "Get dressed," the inspector said to the women. "Redanit, did you bother to look at who signed his paperwork?" The man paled and then looked at the form clutched in his hand. It was the document father had delivered to me the night before, along with the instructions on how to complete the customs form. "This isn't really..." "Shut your mouth unless you want to talk to the judiciary. I've heard too many complaints about you and your shift here. In fact, this is enough of a fuck-up that I think I will take official notice." "But CIs are goods. We're charged with inspecting all goods into the free port. I'm just doing my job. You can't arrest me for that," he protested. "Yep, you were about to put hands on the property of another. Knowing what you're rumoured to have done to some of the plebe women travelling through here to work in the port, I suspect you would have done more than a cursory search. You did not have their owner's permission. That would have been either theft or damage to property. That's a charge I could bring against you. It's enough to hold you while I bring in other inspectors to check your whole shift for what they've done or seen you do." Anna and Bianca were reclothed, but looking dishevelled by the time the Imperial Inspector finished her tirade. "And what about us?" I asked as the two officials held their staring contest. The inspector took our papers, wrote across the bottom line and thrust them at me. "You are cleared to go. On your return, ask for me, Imperial Inspector Corellia. I will see you clear customs on your return." I helped the women collect the last of their things and hurried them toward the door. 5 minutes later, we were officially in the Freeport. I quickly paid a porter to take our 2 travel trunks to the ship, while letting myself and the shaken women follow at a more leisurely pace. "Cosimo," Bianca managed to say as she clung to my arm, "what do our papers say?" It's not so much what they say as who signed them. Usually, when the head of Imperial Security authorises something, good citizens in government posts heed that authority. "The head of Imperial Security?" she asked. I nodded and patted her hand. Countersigned by one of the Ministers of Commerce. This trip is not some silly lark my grandmother dreamed up. We travel on official, deadly business. Father was afraid something might hinder us and took steps. I felt a shiver pass through her, but kept her from stumbling as we continued toward the harbour. I spied a small cafe in the square before the piers and guided the 2 women to it. Soon we were seated in a tight table and had a hot mulled cider with a stiff shot of brandy before us. "Drink up," I encouraged, "and remember our purpose. We travel to start a future together, to secure valuable trade and make a name for me worthy of your daughter's hand," I said to Anna. They both looked at me, nodded, and then sipped their beverages. I resisted a smile at the shocked look of the drink's strength, but was pleased to see some colour return to their faces. "We can board in another hour, so let's sit here and put that unpleasantness out of our minds. Bianca, what are you looking forward to on the voyage?" I asked gently. Her blush deepened, but she seemed to gather her composure. "I've heard the line serves excellent meals, Cosimo. Will we be eating in the salon?" "Yes, but I don't think there will be many other passengers of our class travelling. Also, the winter seas are rough. We may be in for some trials in our crossing. I have some medicines that should help if you feel unwell, so don't hesitate to let me know how you're feeling." Both women nodded. "How long will the crossing take?" Anna asked after taking another sip of her drink. I answered and then smiled encouragingly until Bianca asked a question. Slowly, they relaxed and resumed the characters they had practiced being for the past 8 days. By the time we boarded the ship, I felt they had put the ordeal at the customs house behind them. "Oh my, these are small rooms," Anna said as we were shown into our adjoining cabins. I smiled and stuck my head through the doorway connecting the 2 rooms. The cabin was tightly filled by a fair-sized bed, a small couch, and a desk with a single chair. My own cabin was a mirror of theirs. Each room had a small attached head with a sink, toilet, and standing shower, but not much more. One of our 2 trunks was secured at the foot of their bed. Our second trunk was in my room. "Better these rooms than the others the ship has to offer," I said. "I thought you would appreciate these to the 4 or 6 person berths with the common baths." I knew there were only a dozen of these stateroom cabins on the ship. While the same line ran more luxurious cruises in the south, from Porto Bari and up the east coast, this part of the line was geared to trade outside the Empire. Bianca stepped out from inspecting the head and saw me in the adjoining doorway. "Cosimo, do we have time to shower? I feel like that filthy gaze is still on my skin." "Of course," I replied. "I'll leave you 2 ladies to freshen up. Knock if you need anything." I closed the door and sat at my own couch. A moment later, the door snicked opened, and Anna joined me, sitting close by. "She'll be back to herself soon, Cosimo. I think she finally understands this is not some schoolgirl fantasy adventure. I worry she won't grow up fast enough to be of much help to you," she added. The appellation of master was not needed. I patted Anna's knee. "We all have our duty now, Anna. I'm sure it will be fine." Bianca looked a little green as the ship gave a stronger than usual roll to port. We were trying to enjoy dinner in the salon for the first time in 3 days. The seas had been high enough to confine the ladies to bed for most of the day. I had braved the motions of the ship for short forays out, but agreed that letting the seas rock us to sleep was a better alternative. The swells and our course had combined to ease the pitching of the ship and turn it more into a steady, albeit significant, rolling motion sometime during the night. I had managed 2 trips around the enclosed promenade, once with each lady, and we all agreed to try and eat in the opulent dining room. Bianca's death grip on her fork made me reconsider the idea. "Do you want me to take you back to your room, dear?" I asked for the benefit of the steward hovering nearby. She gave me a weak smile and shook her head. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath through her nose, straightened her posture and then set the fork down. "No, but I don't think I'll eat much more," she said. I reached over and patted her hand. Anna smiled and resumed her own meal. 3 days had given at least 2 of us much more of an appetite. The steward had cautioned all of us to take it easy, just in case the seas became rougher once again. "How much longer?" Bianca asked. "Just 2 more days. We should arrive on the morning of the 3rd. If it's any consolation, the return trip should be better," I said. At least that's what the purser had told me this morning. Something to do with the direction of the seas and our travel east, combining to give us a better ride. Bianca nodded and took a sip of water. "I know I'll survive, but I'm not pleased you brought me on this trip so far, Cosimo." At least she was maintaining her character. I had been concerned after the incident at the customs house. It appeared the worry was unwarranted, however, since she had played the part of my betrothed flawlessly before the crew. There were at least 3 other passengers travelling in first class, but they had not interacted with us other than cursory nods during our brief sojourns out of the cabins. We were the only diners tonight. "I promise to make it up to you," I said. "What would you like?" She blushed, then tittered behind her hand. "I'll reserve that favour, I think, until we're both back on solid ground." I caught the steward's brief smile. "It will be my pleasure, I'm sure." Anna swatted at my arm. "Behave, the both of you." "What will it be like at Thistle, Cosimo?" I shrugged. "Based on what I've been told, we'll only be there long enough to pay our import fees and arrange for my cargo to be loaded and taken to Crown. If we find suitable partners, I'll have to spend a little more time there before we return, to find and retain a receiving agent for the wine. But I think the market will be the inns and taverns in Crown. If what the purser told us is true, I don't think I'll want to spend much time out in Thistle or Crown for that matter," Bianca said. "You definitely won't be out on your own," I agreed. "What of this custom we heard about for closing new deals?" Anna asked. "I don't understand why in the world men would trade their wives to seal a bargain." I waved away her concerns. "I'll deal with that if we need to. Maybe we'll find a local woman I can retain. I was instructed to discuss the matter at the embassy before starting any serious negotiations." "Oral is one thing," Anna said, surprising me. "But the other is a different matter. Please promise me you won't consider Bianca for such a service," she said. I was surprised she was having the conversation in the dining room, then realised it was not as shocking as I thought, if she were really a low or high gilder down on her luck. We were fairly open on such topics in imperial society. "I shan't," I promised. Then with a smile, I lowered my voice and leaned closer to her. "Except in service to me," I added. Anna blushed and swatted me again. Bianca quirked an eyebrow at us. "What did he say, Mother?" "Never mind, Bianca. He was just pulling my leg." "Was I?" I teased. Bianca seemed to understand my jest to her mother, and blushed too, before giving me a slight smile. "Perhaps that too should wait until we are on solid ground." We all laughed, and I motioned the steward to clear the table. For the first time, I had a good feeling about our trip. Anna and Bianca covered their mouth and noses with their hands, hoping it would help with the stench of the harbour. We had arrived at dawn as anticipated. The wood and plaster buildings closest to the harbour were separated by stone-paved roads that had open gutters running alongside them. Garbage and waste were visible in them, waiting on the next storm to flush them down to the sea. "I thought horses were romantic," Bianca muttered. I smiled and handed her a scented handkerchief. "Use this," I said. "It should help." The rosemary and lemon-infused alcohol I had dabbed on the cloth would at least cut some of the odour. I handed another to Anna. "Thank you, Cosimo," Anna said genuinely. "I hope it doesn't take long to get our import duties paid and get away from the harbour." I agreed, but suspected some of the stench would remain no matter where we ventured in the free cities. Fortunately, the ship's crew was efficient in calling us to the quarterdeck to meet with the burgher responsible for collecting our import fees, and then another managing teamsters and stevedores to unload our cargo. A pair of porters accompanied the ladies to our cabins to collect our trunks, and less than 2 hours after docking, we were on our way in a carriage and being followed by 2 wagons filled with small wine casks that represented my wares. The smell did lessen, or perhaps we became more used to it. Either way, I was glad to put some distance between us and the harbour. Thistle was a harbour town laid out to facilitate the movement of cargo to and from the wharves. The street we soon found ourselves on was a wide thoroughfare, capable of 2 wagons passing one another as well as foot traffic. The city teemed with ragged-looking children and young men running on some burgher's business. We saw few merchants, but the driver explained most shops were off the main roads. I caught a glimpse of a bustling market a short distance down a side street. I was surprised there was no additional customs agents at the city gate, but grateful as well. The gate stood wide open, and we passed easily. A breeze freshened the air, and I noticed the women relaxing the desperate hold of the handkerchiefs in front of their noses. "With the wagons trailing, we'll take most of the day to get to Crown," our driver informed us. "The road isn't like your fancy ones back home, so it might be a bit bumpy. Just let me know if you need to stop," he said with a grin at the women. We watched the loose stream of cargo wagons heading into the city as we headed away. The roadway was lined with trees, screening small estates and homes from sight of the traffic. Occasionally, we'd catch sight of a small farm or stable operation just off the roadway. "Are those inns?" Bianca asked after passing one such site. "Stables and some lodging. I wouldn't call them an inn. Many of the burghers like to keep teams fresh or move freight quicker. Those houses change teams and drivers at the stables. Common folks are smart to steer clear. Ladies such as you should not even consider stopping in. Better leave early and to ride through late than stop at some of the places. Oh, don't get me wrong, if you had a couple of guards you could spend the night with a cargo, but I won't just be stopping in for a drink." I began to understand why each of the cargo wagons had 2 guards riding along. Since they were included in the teamster's fee, I had not questioned it, but now I did. "So, robbery can be a problem?" I asked. The driver gave me a look, as if I was simple. "Not so much robbery as extra taxes, sir. Some folks won't have the Lord Mayor himself signing their papers. You should be fine, given you paid a fair penny to get the signature you got, but others might not be so lucky." I was surprised. The man who signed our paperwork and recommended the driver and teamsters had not struck me as a bureaucrat or introduced himself as the mayor of Thistle. I was glad I had gifted him a cask of wine for his efficient work. I made a mental note to look him up on the return trip. His patronage, if I did start shipping wine, would be invaluable. "You mentioned our roads back home," Anna said. "Have you been to the Empire?" The driver laughed. "No, just heard a tale or 2. We've seen a few more of your folks coming to visit. In the warmer months, I make a trip to and from every week or so with your messengers going to the embassy. They complain about the bumps and whatnot, but seem to be regular folk for the most part." "I hadn't realised there was so much traffic from the Empire," Bianca said. "There's usually a herald or messenger on each ship that comes in, like I said, every week or so during the warmer months. I'm surprised there wasn't a packet for the embassy today." I kept my mouth shut and face neutral. I had a small satchel of messages to deliver, but this man did not need to know that. The women didn't either, for that matter. Why do you treat your women so poorly? Bianca asked suddenly. What? We treat women just fine. We protect and cherish them, at least most of us do. What are you talking about? We've heard some warnings, Anna said without stating any specifics. If they were telling you to be cautious, listen to them, he advised. There are some burghers and burgher sons who think any woman walking alone is theirs for the plucking, like an apple or peach on a public tree. If it was those sorts of warnings, take heed. The peasantry would act the same if they thought they could, but if they were to accost a lady such as yourself and be caught at it, they would hang. The problem is the buggers who think they can get away with it. I don't let my wife or daughters travel in the cities without me or my brother watching over them. Out in the country, off the main roads, they are most likely fine, but I would not suggest you get out there on your own. There was something about his speech and attitude that caught my attention. He came across as much more than a peasant carriage driver, I wondered. Tell me, how did you get into driving a carriage for the Imperials coming to the Free Cities? I asked. He glanced over his shoulder at me, grimacing. I started as a teamster, riding like those lads on the wagons behind us. One day, a man from the Empire offered me a book. I couldn't read it beyond figuring out a few words and told him it was a useless thing for the likes of me. He shook his head and took the book back. That was on a trip from Thistle to Crown, and he had a pretty good wagon of goods. He asked if I wanted to read. I wasn't too keen, but asked why I should. He spun me a tale of faraway place and adventures. Then, just as we were getting to a good bit, he stopped. I can teach you to read, he said, if you want to see where that story ends. I was ready to kick him off my wagon. He smiled to himself, letting me see just the edge of his lips curling up. He settled in Crown for a spell, and every trip I made, I stopped in and got a lesson and a little more of that story. After a while, he just handed me the well-worn book and said I could finish it on my own. That was nearly 20 years ago. When the burghers found out I could read and even write a little, they thought I would be a good driver for them and theirs. Eventually, the Imperial messengers started asking for me to drive them. The mayors in Thistle and Crown pay me a good wage to handle the traffic. It went unsaid that he also paid them with rumours and stories he picked up from his fairs. I wondered what he would report about us, and to whom. Crown was cleaner than Thistle, at least along the main road we entered the city on. The gates were ceremonial at best, with a pair of constables or soldiers waving traffic through and answering an occasional question from a traveller. Air's better up here away from the sea, the driver commented over his should. The mayor a few generations back made them bury all the gutters as well, and uses an artesian well to flush them out on a regular basis. I'd stay away from the south gate though, since that's where the sewers flow. Based on the stench of Thistle, that was good advice. This town was on the cusp of being large enough for me to consider it a city. The wide road leading into the heart was paved with flagstone and curbed with cobbles. The street was 2 wagons wide at least, and buildings were set back at least a couple of metres from the curbs. Unlike Thistle, building appeared to be stonework on the first floor and wood above, with red clay tiled roofs. Many of the buildings sported balconies on the second floor, and citizens took their leisure on them as we rode below. Our drive seemed to be known to a few of the watchers. "Martin, what news from Thistle?" one woman called. "No news is good news, Franny," the driver shouted back. Then to us he said, "Franny is my wife's younger sister. Her husband runs that inn, the Gilded Cockerel. Not a bad place to get a bite to eat if you venture out this way." He then looked back at me. "Might be a buyer of a cask or two from you. Use my name if you visit them." I nodded and thanked him for the lead. He deftly turned the carriage to the left, navigating a narrower street that soon opened into a large square with a fountain bubbling in its centre. "This is Imperial Square," he said. "That's the embassy." 2 towers were visible behind what appeared to be a very sturdy wall of smooth stone. Imperial troops in stark black dress uniforms stood at the large gateway, and a glimpse of well-manicured lawn was visible behind them. "And this is your inn," Martin added, as he pulled up in front of a native structure that abutted the embassy wall. It appeared local but had a different style than other buildings we had passed. A wide wooden porch under the overhang of the second floor was filled with small tables and chairs. A few curious customers were sitting with steaming mugs watching us arrive. "I'll run inside and let Raina know you've arrived. The Teamsters should know where your wagons go." Before I could ask a question, he was off the carriage and hopping up the steps to the porch and disappeared inside. I jumped down as well, appreciating the opportunity to move around. Martin returned in a moment with a young woman following. She had light red hair under a kerchief and wore a long yellow and black plaid skirt with an ivory linen blouse. An apron protected her clothes, though she did not strike me as a cook or baker. "Welcome to the Dodging Minstrel," she said with only a hint of true welcome in her green eyes. She gave us all a hard look, shook her head, then tisked at Martin. "Get their trunks off and inside. 3rd floor upstairs and all the way to the back of the hallway. Grab 2 of the scamps lingering on the porch." Her voice rose in volume and pitch with the last few words, and 3 young men or boys looked up sharply, knowing they'd been caught taking a break that they did not earn. By the time Raina turned her gaze to them, they were already moving to help get our trunks. She turned to me. "I'm Raina and run the place. If you've got a problem with me, tough shit. Our establishment allows only paying guests inside. You can conduct any business you need to on the porch like everyone else. Those that pay can have some of our other entertainments. Your women will be fine inside, but should hire an escort if they want to tour the city without you." She gave me a look up and down, assessing me. "You may want an escort about even with you along." She shook her head and continued. "Dinner in the common is served at 17 until 20. The bar is open until midnight and can serve some simple food if you miss dinner. Breakfast at 7 until 9. Lunch, you're on your own or can eat in the bar. If you've got business in the embassy, they close the gates at 16 and open them again at 8. She paused, as if going through a mental checklist of things to tell us. "Teamsters will put your wagons in the warehouse. If you need to get to them, talk to me. We keep things locked up and guarded, so don't take it on yourself to fetch something on your own. I don't like guests having accidents that can be avoided. Unless you have questions, let's go inside and get your keys." "How did you know we were coming?" I asked. "I mean, it's obvious you were expecting us." She gave me a genuine smile that made me feel foolish. "Martin here isn't the fastest driver. The ship knew you were coming our way and sent word ahead as soon as they docked. The line knows where you Imperials like to stay. Now let's get inside and get you settled. You'll have time to clean up before dinner starts and then you'll meet Gerald." "Who?" I asked as I handed Bianca and then Anna out of the coach. Our trunks had already disappeared inside. "Gerald. He's the owner. He said he was looking forward to meeting you and discussing business," she said over her shoulder as we followed her up the steps and inside. Grandmother had always counselled patience. I tried to mind that guidance and bit my tongue. Inside, I got a different sense of the inn. The entryway was panelled with a fine-grained wood, and floors and walls had been polished well. A desk was hidden in a small alcove, and Raina went behind it to retrieve a set of keys. The rich wood continued to a broad stairway leading up, and the common room opened off to the left. Only a handful of guests were present in the common room, but I could hear a performer strumming a stringed instrument and smelled the essences of draught ale and cider. Raina came back around the desk as Martin and 2 boys descended from the stairs. "You back to Franny's, Martin?" she asked the driver. "Aye, after I check at the embassy. If they have packets or passengers for Thistle, I'll plan to pick them up." He turned to me. "Raina can get a hold of me with a couple of days' notice, if you need to be taken back or elsewhere. Your ship is only in port for 3 days, and then should be back in a month or so, depending on the weather. Good luck on your business and let me know if you need a ride back." I shook his offered hand and watched him out the door. Raina cleared her throat and then ushered us up the broad stairs. Bianca and Anna followed. Raina's no-nonsense attitude seemed to have them a little cowed. She reminded me of Aaliyah, grandmother's household manager and house slave. They looked nothing alike, but had the same attitude of command and expectation to be obeyed under their own roof. The 3rd floor hallway was lit by a mix of oil lamps and a pair of skylights over the stairwell leading from the 2nd floor. We turned a corner and saw arched windows overlooking a private garden 2 floors below. Once you're settled, I'll take your ladies over there. She motioned toward the garden, and show them the baths. She gave me a look up and down without breaking stride. If you join them in the baths, use the privacy plaque. We're not as liberal as your home. With the plaque up, people will at least knock before barging in. We reached a door at the end of the hallway with our 2 trunks stacked next to it. Raina unlocked the door, opened it, and stood aside for the ladies to enter. I gained a small look of approval when I stopped and grabbed the top trunk easily and carried it in. Raina followed. The room seemed palatial compared to the cabins of the ship, but I recognized it as a relatively compact sitting room with 2 doors leading to bedrooms on the far wall. It was nicely appointed with a working desk near the door, a small couch and matching chairs around a low table, and a closet for coats next to a small shoe rack. If we get rain or snow, please remove your shoes at the doorway. The bedrooms, she motioned to the doors, share a toilet between them. No bath or shower in here, but a sink and vanity to freshen up. I carried the trunk into a bedroom and set it on a convenient stand. The room was sparse but still nicely appointed. A medium-sized bed with good linens and thick down comforter was flanked by matching nightstands holding small lanterns. A thin window along the top of the wall let in the fading light of the day. One side of the room had a doorway to the toilet area and a small closet. I returned to the hallway and fetched the other trunk and placed it in the second bedroom, a mirror image of the first. Raina waited for me in the sitting room with Bianca and Anna. "If you need a maid, you'll have to pay extra," she said with a glare at me. "I handle any discipline issues, so don't think you can lay a hand on my people if they do something that offends you. Some may be slaves, and some are just hard-working peasants, but you'll treat them as well as I treat you, or you'll be out on your asses. Is that clear?" I nodded. "If you want any special entertainment, discuss it with me. We can accommodate most requests, but we'll charge based on your appetites. Don't assume a maid here is like one your slaves in the Empire." She paused, reviewing her mental checklist once more, then added, "Any questions for now?" "I'd like to arrange an escort for the ladies to take in a local market or shops tomorrow, while I take care of some business at the embassy. Is that possible?" She nodded. "Find me before you leave in the morning and I'll take care of them. Anything else?" "Where will I find Gerald after dinner?" "He'll send someone for you." She turned to the women. "I'll collect you for the baths when he goes to meet Gerald. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work." She left and we all looked at one another before releasing a collective breath. "She's quite a direct young woman," Anna said. "Bianca, I don't think she's much older than you. Can you imagine running such a place at Cosimo's age?" Bianca shook her head. "Not as a woman in this place," she said. "It's not as bad as I feared, but I don't see a lot of the conveniences we have. At least there is something close to a bathroom here." I grinned. "We should check that out. It might just be an enclosed chamber pot." They gave me a shocked look, and then Bianca hurried to a bedroom to check. She returned a minute later. "It's better than a chamber pot, but not very fancy. There is a tank along the wall and a pull handle to flush." "More than we had inside at the vineyard cottage," Anna quipped. We had moved from Cardino to the house being built at my vineyard to practice our characters in our little play. The cottage was livable, barely. It had a finished first floor with a bedroom and kitchen, but the second floor was still closed off and the plumbing had not been finished, so a rustic outhouse had been all we used. The large copper tub in the open hearth room had helped break down some barriers in our relationship, but the daily interaction and shared hardship had done more to fix our roles in our minds. "Shall we get unpacked and freshen up for dinner?" Anna asked as she moved to the door Raina had exited through, turned the lock knob, and then threw the sturdy bolt so it could not be opened with the key. Bianca hurried into one room and began unpacking one trunk, while Anna went to the other. Without asking, Bianca took several dresses from the room she was working in and moved them to the other room. She returned with a pair of my pants. I had left all the packing and sorting to them before we departed, as well as on the ship. I knew I would be sleeping in the room Bianca was working in, based on the flow of clothing. "Cosimo," Anna called. "Could I trouble you for a moment?" I moved into her and Bianca's bedroom and saw everything had been put away in the closet and shelves of the room. "Yes, Anna?" I asked. She shrugged off an outer jacket of her outfit and turned her back to me. "Can you unlace me?" She was wearing a corset pulled tight by a sturdy cord laced through a series of eyelets. I was surprised she asked for my assistance rather than Bianca's, but was not going to complain. They had both done much to prepare for the journey and prepare me for my cover. As the dutiful fiancé, I would of course help my mother-in-law to be. Bianca came in as I was nearly finished. "Oh good, I wanted to take mine off as well," she said before stripping off her own outer layers. As I finished with Anna, Bianca loosened and removed her own long skirt. She was wearing only the corseted top and a pair of panties by the time she turned her back to me and waited for her turn to be uncinched. Anna finished undressing as I moved to Bianca. Once she was nude, she sat back against the headboard and ran her hands from her thighs to her breasts, massaging the indentations the corset had made in her skin. "I could wish for a swim in our harbour, but will have to settle for just getting some fresh air on my skin," she said. "Maybe Cosimo can help you get some circulation," Bianca teased. Anna blushed but arched an eyebrow at me. We both knew it would be breaking character, and for that reason alone, I was not inclined. However, she had deliberately locked the door and set the bolt, so I suspected she was asking for a little relief. Before the trip, she had become accustomed to at least 1 or 2 orgasms every other day. I had more frequent relief and could understand her needs. It had been over 210 days since our trip back from Porto Bari. I finished undoing Bianca's corset, and she wasted no time in lying down next to her mother. I took in their beauty. Before I could speak or move, Bianca hopped up on her knees and clapped her hands in glee. "I know, Cosimo. Why don't you show me what our wedding night will be like? I so want to learn how to please and be pleased by you, darling." Her acting was over the top, but it did give us the flimsiest of excuses to do what both Anna and I seemed to want. I nodded and moved to the side of the bed. I leaned in, surprising Bianca when I kissed her rather than Anna. Her lips were soft against mine, and I wrapped my arms around her shoulders to pull her tightly to me, with her mother's nude body stretched out below us. My fingers danced down her spine as I pulled back, and then I dragged them along her sides and under her breasts, before caressing her nipples and breaking our kiss. Without another word, I dropped lower and kissed Anna just as passionately. Not needing to support her in an awkward pose, I ran my fingertips down her body, dragging them across the fading indentations the corset had made. Anna moaned into my mouth as I teased her nipples, her belly button, and then dragged my fingernails along her thighs. I finally lifted my lips from hers, appreciating the sigh that escaped her lips, and moved to kiss my way slowly down her neck. From her throat, I continued downward, placing small kisses along her sternum and lower until I reached her belly button. A quick tongue swirl in that indentation, and then I slowly reversed course. My lips made their way to first one nipple, then the other, alternating my teasing until both were firm nubs of flesh glistening from my efforts. I could smell her arousal signaling me to resume my efforts. I kissed my way lower once again. Bianca laid down next to her mother, teasing her fingers through my hair as I reached the juncture of Anna's desire. Only a few nudges were needed before her knees parted enough to let me snack on her in full. She must have been well primed, because she was soon clenching her eyes shut and stuffing her own hand in her mouth to stifle a loud moaning orgasm. I backed off, darting in for an occasional lick and extending her pleasure. She opened her eyes and looked at me. "That's only a part of her show, Cosimo. Get undressed and finish her instruction, please." I wasted no time stripping off my own clothes. A few moments later, I was kneeling on the bed between her splayed legs. "Wait," Anna commanded. "Bianca, show me you've learned your lessons well. Make sure he is firm for my taking and well lubricated." It was pure pretense, since I could scarcely get harder and she was obviously well lubricated already. But Bianca hurried to obey. The sight of her kneeling over her mother to engulf me in her hot mouth was enticing. She drank me in, sucking me deeply and then lavishing her tongue around my shaft as she withdrew. A couple of repetitions, and I pulled away to position myself at Anna's entrance. Bianca kissed me as I leaned forward and slid home. She moved behind me as I picked up a steady rhythm of thrusting. Anna met my thrust for a few minutes and then pressed a hand down just above her own opening. I felt her clench again, gripping me tightly as her daughter stroked my shoulders and pushed her own breasts into my back. Anna's second orgasm was more vigorous than the first, but silent as she managed to stifle her moans while arching her back in rigid release. I continued to thrust, nearing my own when Bianca dropped a hand down to cup my swinging balls from behind. The sensation pushed me over the edge and I thrust deeply as I began to come. I was surprised when Bianca's grip tightened on me. While I was still spurting, she pulled me away from Anna's hot core, spun me around and engulfed me once more in her mouth. The thought of her sucking my and her mother's essence from me drove me to thrust with renewed vigour into her mouth. She moaned around my member and encouraged me onward. I was surprised to feel another strong spurt erupt into her, and then fell back, totally spent.
"Any complaints?" Raina asked after our server cleared our dishes.
I was surprised by her blunt approach to customer service, but assumed it was normal here. "It was very good," I said. "Anna, you're the chef at home. What did you think?" Raina looked surprised. I don't know if it was the fact that I asked Anna's opinion, or the fact that I called her a chef, but I was happy to see some sort of positive reaction on the young innkeeper's face. The meat was well seasoned and cooked to perfection. I'm not sure what the vegetable was, but liked the hint of acid in the preparation. It countered the richness of the meat and was a good accompaniment to the mash as well. Raina recovered quickly. The sprouts were roasted and glazed with a cider honey mixture, giving that hint of acid. The mash is just potatoes and root vegetables, roasted and then mashed by hand with a bit of salt and lard mixed in. "I'm glad you liked it," she added. "It was delicious," Anna replied. "Being a chef myself, I'd be happy to trade recipes with your chef." Raina blushed and stammered. "I guess we can chat while I take you two out to the baths." "Oh, I didn't realise you were cooking as well as running the whole inn," Anna said. "No wonder you always seem to be on the move. I'm sure Bianca and I can manage the baths on our own, if you have other things to tend to." Raina waved her hands. "No, I want a bath myself. Besides, Gerald insisted I make sure you are all well looked after. Speaking of which," she looked at me, "he is in his office if you want to go meet him. Down the stairs behind the main stairway and go all the way to the end of the hall. Knock and go on in." "Ladies, I guess I have my marching orders," I said as I stood. "Enjoy the baths and I'll see you back in our rooms later." I left the common room and walked along the hallway formed by the wall and the staircase leading upward. The stairs down were not obvious until you were fully upon the alcove to the right and could see the 3 steps down before facing a sturdy wooden doorway. It opened silently and I descended. The walls were still panelled in wood, but the stairs transitioned to evenly cut stone about 5 steps down. A pair of oil-fed lamps lit the way to the bottom where another heavy wooden door opened to the right. A slave opened it for me, obviously having some way of knowing of my approach. It was the first slave I had seen up close. He was a wiry man, muscled and looking healthy. The local slave tattoo was easily visible as a vertical stripe starting on his forehead and extending to his eyebrow, then curving around his eye and proceeding down his cheek. No beard or covering would easily hide the slave mark they used here. He nodded to me and waved me through the doorway. The corridor extended along what I guessed was the front of the inn, but reached further than expected. Obviously, it ran below the adjacent warehouse as well. A large alcove was manned by 2 more slaves, 1 male and 1 female. These 2 were stripped to the waist and stood attentively before a large set of wooden doors. To my professional eye, both were attractive and appeared healthy. Both bowed slightly as I passed by. The oil lamps became less frequent once past the alcove, but provided enough light that I could see the tightly joined panels of the wall to my right and the smooth stone foundations to my left. At the end of the corridor there was a right turn, and I was in another small alcove with a single door. A lamp lit the space dimly. I took a breath, centering myself and fixing my persona of an eager vintner looking to sell some wares, and knocked twice before grasping the handle and opening the door. The office was warmly furnished with polished wood ceilings, a thick rug covering the floor, and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lining the walls. A large desk was opposite the door, separated from it by a pair of heavy chairs. 3 oil lamps lit the work area of the desk. A man was visible beyond the light, sitting with several large ledgers spread before him. His hair was grey, nearly white, and his brow was wrinkled with age. He looked up, smiling at me, and raised a hand to motion me onward. "Welcome, Cosimo Universe. I've been wondering when we would meet. How is my dear mother treating you in Cardino?" It took me a moment to reconcile his words and his appearance. He had mother's brow and strong cheeks. His age belied a sparkle in his blue eyes, but the jawline was reminiscent of both mother and grandmother. "How?" I asked as I slowly crossed the room. "There is no record of you, no mention of this inn. Mother would have said something to me, even if grandmother would not. What are you doing here?" By the time I reached the chairs in front of his desk, my legs were weak, so I sat heavily. His smile was warm but guarded. "That is a tale for certain." He rose and went to an unnoticed bar, where he poured 2 glasses of wine from a small cask. "My apologies for tapping your stock, but I wanted a taste of wine from home. It's hard to come by over here." "Do you think you'll really start importing some?" he asked as he handed me a glass. I shrugged, still trying to process his words. I sipped the wine, noting its strong acidic fruit and light buttery notes on my tongue. I glanced at the cask, steering my thoughts to the mundane and my cover as I struggled to not repeat my questions. I felt betrayed by my own family, and was not sure if I was justified or just surprised. "You did not get the best off the wagon," I said with a nod at the cask. "The Semillon Chardonnay blend is better." He smiled. "Perhaps we'll be able to sample that together." He sat back down at his desk. "To fully answer some of your questions, I need to ask a few of my own first. What did your grandmother tell you about this inn and our operations here?" he asked. I shook my head. "Virtually nothing. I was told we had a relationship with an inn here adjacent to the embassy. I was told to stay here and let the staff know what I needed discreetly." He smiled encouragingly. "After all these years, Mother still looks to protect me," he said with a sigh. "I was worried that Devon may have led her to loosen her tongue." "Devon?" He nodded. "You and Devon are cousins. He is my grandson, and you are my nephew. I've been running this inn here for nearly 100 years. My father helped me get it started." "Why?" I asked. "Why here?" His eyes saddened. "Because it was flee or die, Cosimo. We really had no choice. I put mother and father in an untenable position where they could either uphold their responsibility to the empire or violate that same duty to save me." He frowned, took a deep drink of his wine, and then sat back to look at me. "I was not much older than you when I thought I was the cock of the walk. I had just finished at the Collegium and was preparing to move up in the organisation. I was the day manager at the club in Cardino and enjoyed my time with a few ladies of good repute. One of them was favoured by several young men that season. We all vied for her attention and favour." He shook his head and scowled. "No, I won't lie to myself about that. It's been much too long to try and paint a good picture of those times." He drank again. "She was playing a social game and fending off several suitors, of which I was but one. I thought she was mine to be had. She thought otherwise and had eyes for another. I was viewed as a high gilder. My rival was from one of the families and in line to become a senator. She chose him, and I let my temper get the better of me. Maybe if I had thought it through, I would not have accosted him. Maybe I could have challenged him to an actual duel. Instead, I just unleashed my rage at not getting what I thought I deserved." He gave a forced, dry chuckle. "In the end, I got what I really did deserve, even though it cost me everything. I killed the man in jealous rage and was convicted of murder. I was consigned to our very own black wing for the completion of the sentence. He looked up at me and I felt the sense of horror grandmother must have felt. Duty or family? Which would I choose if faced with the same situation? He nodded sadly. She and father conspired to fake the execution of their own son. I was drugged with her own concoction, placed into an animated state where a cursory inspection would let me pass for dead. I awoke in the private lab below the club, destined to never walk free in the streets again. Mother would not speak to me, and father could barely stand the sight of me. I don't think I'll ever forget the months I spent in those sterile rooms. It was about this time of year, near the winter solstice, that I learned of their plans for me. I was smuggled to Romanifo and onto a ship in Freeport. Father was with me. I stayed below decks the entire journey, him watching over me but scarcely saying a word. The silence was torture. I yelled at him, told him to yell at me, tell me how disappointed he was, how reckless I had been. He just looked at me with sad eyes and shook his head. We arrived in Thistle, and still I was transported in secret, slipping off the ship in the dead of night. We lived rough, travelling south and west in the free cities until we reached opened farming country. Father bought a small farm and we settled in to prepare for the coming spring and turning ourselves into farmers. He paused, lost in thought as he shared his story. It was sometime during that year that I began to finally grow up, he said. Father was a harsh taskmaster, but he was not cruel. He worked right alongside me as we turned the soil, planted, tended our livestock and struggled to survive. As we did, he shared some of his childhood with me. He told me how his older brothers always seemed to have it easier than him, the youngest in his father's line. He shared his own sense of bitter disappointment when he realised he would inherit little of the aristocratic life he had been brought up in. He talked about the anger he felt at his father and brothers. Then, during a quiet summer day, I asked him how he got over that anger. He answered, "Your mother." That was when I realised what he had given up for me. He was here, in this hellish backwater, sweating on a farm so that I would not break my mother's heart in disappointment. He took a long pull from his glass, nearly finishing it. That was my turning point, he said. I think it was also the point my father began to forgive me a little. We struggled through the first 3 years, but then had enough credibility with the locals to fit in. Father left me alone for nearly half a year, returning to the Empire. Honestly, I was surprised when her turned up back at the farm one spring day. I thought he had set me on the path for the remainder of my life and returned to his true love. Instead, he came back with a small trunk of silver and a ledger. We got the crop in and sold the farm to a neighbour who had too many sons. We came to Crown and bought a small inn near the south gate. Father was the proprietor, and I was the manager and general labourer. We struggled at first, but soon were able to trade some of our family knowledge for success in the free cities. Just as our clubs back home cater to less common needs, we branched out and gave our clients more than food, ale and rooms. It took time and a lot of hard work, but we grew and prospered. I met a good lass from another family of innkeepers and we married. Her dowry allowed us to move to a new inn, here next to the embassy, and our clientele grew along with our reputation. Embassy staff began viewing us as their local club, which attracted the burghers and their spies as well. Now, we're on our 3rd generation of innkeepers, and I try to stay mostly out of sight and run our other enterprises. Father returned to Mother every few years for a month or 2, and then came back with additional instructions and plans. Slowly, we made connections and placed our eyes and ears around the free cities. What happened to him? I asked. Old age. He refused a rejuvenation when he turned 150. He was tired, he told me. I think it was the thought of your mother growing up without him being part of her life that did him in. Mother evidently begged him to have the procedure, but he held firm. Instead of going to the other unnamed house, he paid an extra fee to have them come here for me. That was about the time your mother would have been born. Since then, I keep a low profile. Most anyone that would recognise me here has died as well, but I play it safe. The locals would think I'm a witch if they realized I'm the same man that helped open this place so long ago. My mind was reeling. "Devon?" I asked. He nodded. "I married Chiara, and we had a lovely daughter, Fiona. She was Devon's mother." "I thought he was Aaliyah's grandson," I said. "He is. She was his father's mother. I sent word home when father passed. Jason, Aaliyah's son, came at mother's bidding. He fell in love with Fiona. I insisted that Fiona go with him to mother's for the birth. If I had known it would be the last time I saw Fiona, I might have made a different decision." "What happened?" "Jason was a troubleshooter for your grandmother. He was sent someplace in the Empire. Up north, I think. Fiona and Devon went with him. They were killed in an accident on a mountain road. Devon survived. Aaliyah insisted on watching over him and raising him up in the Empire. I could hardly protest. I was glad your mother sent him back here for part of his training." His voice could not hide his obvious sadness and regret. "This is a lot to take in," I finally managed to say. He nodded. "I'm sure it is, but it feels good for an old man to unburden his soul, nephew. Tell me about yourself, your mother, and home." I struggled to share the state of our family with him. I glossed over any aspect of our business and tried to focus on my relationship with mother and grandmother. He nodded as I mentioned my strange childhood and moving across social levels. "So if mother had done that with me, I might still be in the Empire," he commented. "I'm surprised she did not do something similar with Livy after the way I turned out." I smiled at the thought of mother being a low guidler or plebe during her junior academy days. I don't think mother had nearly the free rein you described. "So, you're betrothed?" he said as I wound down. I nodded and thought of Samantha. I wished she were waiting for me upstairs. "Yes, she's the youngest daughter of Senator Dennison," I said. His eyes got wide. "And you brought her here?" There was obvious concern in his voice. "No," I said. "She is at home, starting to learn the business." "Then the girl and mother with you are?" "Part of my mission. They can identify some of the traitors we're seeking. We heard of the dangers for women alone here and decided to cover them as my betrothed and her mother." "That's smart, but you need to be careful. Do not let them come down into the lower level of the inn, and don't let them wander around on their own. I'll talk to Raina and make sure they are covered and protected." "Who is Raina?" I asked. "Surely you would not let an outsider run this place if it is all you've hinted at." He smiled. It was the first genuine smile I thought he had shared since we began talking. "She's your cousin as well. Fiona's younger sister, Deidre, was her mother. When Deidre fell to the fever a few years ago, I took her on full-time to help here. She's grown into the job." I was about to ask another question, but he raised a finger. "Let's not get too far off topic here. Your mission is about these traitors. My eyes and ears can probably narrow the search, but we've got nearly 40 Imperials scattered across the free cities right now. You'll have to help narrow them down and use your women to identify them. 40 is a lot, but if you have locations on most of them, it should go faster than I planned. If we can identify them, can you help watch for who they meet with? We suspect a traitor we missed will be joining them." I went on to explain the cipher we found and what we suspected about the killing at sea. Gerald sat back and steepled his fingers in thought. After a few minutes, he nodded. "You'll have to handle the embassy. If it is an aristocrat, there is a good chance they will go there and then come here. I can't go into the embassy, so that will fall on you." "Why?" He scowled. "Damn DNA-eyed," he said. "Even after an off-the-books rejuve, my DNA is a match for a convicted murderer who was consigned ages ago. I can't take the risk of them requiring a scan. It would be a death sentence for me and mother. I've done enough harm to our family, so I'll stay well outside the walls of the embassy." I nodded, embarrassed that I did not consider that. Just as Anna and Bianca would show up as CIs if they entered the embassy. I would need to make certain I warned them. I did not want them exposed here. I wished I had stayed with the women at the inn as a gust of wind blew cold rain in my face. The embassy was only a short walk from our lodging, but I suspected I would want to visit the bathhouse as soon as I returned. The downpour threatened to soak me despite the oilcloth shell of my long travel coat and well-waterproofed leather boots. I hoped my travel satchel would protect the letters entrusted to me. The embassy gate stood open and was mostly protected from the rain by a stout awning. 2 Imperial troopers watched me approach without expression. I stuck a finger in the DNA scanner and handed my identification card to the guard. He glanced at my name and slid the card into the scanner. A moment later, the scanner flashed green, and he pulled my card and handed it back to me. "Where can I find—" He raised his hand. "All inquiries at the desk inside, sir." I nodded, looked at the water-soaked path between me and the main administration building, shrugged, and ducked back into the cold rain. It was only a short walk, but I hurried, knowing I would likely dry enough inside only to have to get wet on my return. The administration building was an imposing structure, 3 stories tall, with a stark grey granite facade interrupted by deeply recessed windows. The upper floors had more windows than walls, but I knew they were all much stronger than they looked. The Empire would never put their best defensive technology here, but I suspected everything was better than what the locals could bring to bear if they turned belligerent again. I was happy to enter the large foyer and grateful to see a cloakroom where an attendant held a towel as I shed my coat. "Thank you," I said, as I dried myself and returned the towel in exchange for a small chit indicating which coat was mine. I then went to a raised desk in the centre of the room staffed by a bored-looking woman in a neat but austere uniform. "Where would I find an officer at?" I asked. "I have dispatches to turn over," I added as I lifted my bag. She raised her eyebrows and extended her hand. "I can take them and have them routed internally," she said. I shook my head. "Sorry, but I need an Imperial security officer to turn some of these over to." She must have had some method of signalling, since 2 troopers in their black uniforms emerged from a door and came over. "Courier," the woman said without another word. The guards nodded and ushered me back through the door they had come from. "Not very talkative bunch here, are you?" I said, as we traipsed down a long corridor and then stood before an elevator. "Better to be silent and thought a fool than open your mouth and confirm it," one soldier said. I nodded. I was surprised when the elevator descended, dropping us 3 floors below the ground level. The door opened into a large alcove with another guard behind a desk and doors to the right and left. My escorts took me into the room on the right. "Wait here for an officer," one said as he backed out of the room and closed the door behind him. I sat in the chair facing the doorway and looked around. The room was plain and functional, as I expected in an Imperial security facility. I wondered what sort of generator the embassy housed. It made sense that they would have electricity here, but I was surprised how much. I expected only minimal use. Given the lighting, the soft blow of warm air circulating from the vents, and the elevator, they had more than enough power. The door opened and an older-looking woman in the Imperial black entered. She had wrinkles around her eyes and grey streaking her dark hair, but looked through me as if she could read my soul. "Cosimo Universe, I'm Major Timmons. I understand you have dispatches for us." "Yes, ma'am." I placed my bag on the table and opened the flap to pull a tightly wrapped bundle of messages from inside. I put the bundle on the table, returned my bag to the floor, and then broke the seal on the thin strings encircling the bundle. "These were sealed when I received these instructions," I said as I slipped the envelope under the strings to her. The remainder of the bundle was wrapped and sealed as well. She read the note, then looked up at me with surprise. I knew the head of Imperial Security had signed these instructions, most likely at the same time he had signed my papers to journey from Freeport. The letter in the blue envelope is to be read by the embassy head of Imperial Security here in your presence, out loud. Why? "I know my instructions. They should confirm them to myself and the required embassy personnel," I said. "Is the head of ImpSec available?" "Fortunately for you, that would be me." I pushed the bundle to her. She broke the second seal and unwrapped the stack of letters, setting aside all but the blue envelope. She saw a written signature across the seal, compared it to the one on the instructions, then opened it. From the desk of Imperial Security by my own hand, Connor Decker. Cosimo Wayne is travelling on official business for Imperial Security and is to be given every assistance in the completion of his mission by the forces stationed at the Imperial Embassy in Crown of the Free Cities. He and his travelling companions are to be protected in the execution of their mission by at least one troop trained for local operations. Deniable assets may also be used. In the event of conflict with locals, Cosimo and his companions are to be considered diplomatic assets of imperial rank. This directive may be shared with the head of embassy security and the ambassador, but will not be revealed to any other embassy personnel. These instructions shall be destroyed once read and understood. Major Timmons's eyes were wide when she looked up at me. Can you share your mission, or part of it? I need to understand how much trouble you're likely to face if I'm to assign a troop or two to you. Are you aware of the plot uncovered last spring? I asked. She nodded, and I went into the tale of how we thought some of the conspirators had escaped to the Free Cities, and that at least one person had escaped notice during the initial investigations. The Major rocked back in her chair and stared up at the ceiling once I finished speaking. Once she collected her thoughts, she looked at me. Why isn't ImpSec handling this? She asked. She was not belligerent in tone, but obviously curious. We are working with them. We have contacts that won't discuss things with Imperial forces. Think of us as a go-between. It was a line Father had shared with me when I first met our contacts in ImpSec just over a month ago. Even here? I nodded. My sources say there are nearly 40 Imperials living in the Free Cities outside the embassy. My companions can identify the known conspirators. We need to get eyes on them before they meet with the new traitor. 40? We only have records of 18 subjects living here currently. I need to see your list. I shook my head. I'll take yours. Most likely I can trim them from my list and work to get a look at the remainder. She did not like that, but the directions were clear. She was to assist me, not the other way around. She grumbled some, but finally stood and went to the doorway. A brief conversation later, and she returned. They will get the list and last known location information. She did not look pleased, but was professional enough to mask it well. You're staying at the Minstrel, on the square outside the gates. Yes, why? I'll send a troop to you there. Better they meet you somewhat casually. How many troopers in a troop? I want to keep a low profile here. I'd like to not tip our hand. She nodded. A troop is usually 4 people, each with a specialty. I've got 2 that are good for discreet work with the locals. Only one is currently in Crown. I'd rather not meet at the inn, I said. Too many embassy staff use it as a social club. Have their leader meet me at the Gilded Cockerel for lunch tomorrow. I'll have the narrowed list by then. Let them know I'll be talking to Franny or her husband about selling them some wine. Her eyebrows rose. The fact that I already knew some of the city and had a solid cover prepared must have surprised her. What about recognition codes? She asked. Have them ask if Martin had any news from Thistle. Martin is the carriage driver that most Imperials use to travel from Thistle to Crown. He's Franny's brother-in-law. What else will you need from us? She asked as the door opened and one of the troopers handed her a sheet of paper. She glanced at it and passed it over. I folded it and slipped it into my case. Keep eyes on any new arrivals. I suspect whoever is meeting the conspirators was on my ship and will come here first. If they are aristos or high guilders, they are likely to visit the embassy. They are required to, she replied. You should have come straight here as well. I ignored the criticism. You can't reveal my mission per both our orders, but I'd appreciate it if the gate guards knew I was to be passed quickly, if needed. She nodded. They'll be ordered to bring you straight into our wing and notify me immediately. You and anyone with you. We have a couple of holding cells if you need them.
What about the locals? I asked. Will they take an interest in me?
She pursed her lips. Avoid the burgers as much as you can. There are a few roving bands of younger sons who like to stick their noses and other appendages in places they don't belong. If they take a fancy to your activities, they can cause problems. Don't be too flashy. Folks will assume anyone from the Empire is rich by local standards, and they will assume you are an easy mark for mischief or more, so keep a low profile if you can. I nodded and waited to see if there was anything else. Your troops can keep you informed as needed, I said finally. I don't want to make a habit of coming in here. If I were part of the conspiracy, I'd try to keep some eyes on the embassy. If you need me, either come to the minstrel or have your troops let me know. Thank you for your time, Major. I stood and extended a hand. She shook it, and soon I was escorted back outside. The rain had lightened to a drizzler, which was nice, but I still pulled up my collar and adjusted the brim of my hat before leaving. It was time to start my hunt. You're down to 21, Gerald said as he looked over the list the Major had provided. 8 of these are spread out across the countryside, looking at crops not grown in the Empire for possible import. I doubt they are involved in the conspiracy. They're all low guilders sent by their guilds. You're looking for 3, right? I nodded as I sipped the hot cider to help drive the chill from my bones. They probably aren't all staying together, but will be close to one another. If we are late, there may be 4 of them. Gerald shook his head. Only a few of groups like that. It looks like most of the folks avoiding the embassy have spread out more. There is one group of 4 in Cannon, but it looks like they arrived on the same ship as Devon. That doesn't fit your profile, right? No. They had to be here before Devon. We know the 2 that were on his ship had returned to Freeport, so the others must have been here while they journeyed back. Okay, let me get a map out and we'll look at where my eyes and ears say these folk are in Crown. He rose from his desk and fetched a rolled-up map from a shelf. It was quickly spread on a table with small leather bags of shot, and he pulled a metal cup of coloured pellets from a drawer. He quickly consulted a handwritten list and began dropping a pellet on the map for each known location of an Imperial. Some of the locations were well away from one another. Only a few were in close proximity. I studied the map as he worked. It was hand-drawn as I expected, but neatly annotated with street names and building. A small series of markings and a key on the side indicated what type of buildings were shown. Burgher residences were marked along with their business holdings. Inns had a Spirit key. "What are these?" I asked as I pointed to a block of buildings that had no notations on them. "That's the slave pens and market," Gerald said with obvious distaste. "I'd think you'd be used to this form of slavery by now," I commented. He shook his head. "Unless something has changed back home, less than 5% of the Empire is indentures, and less than 1% is for life. Here, almost 20% of the people are condemned to slavery, as will their children be. The next time the burghers face an uprising, it's going to be those slaves that revolt. I think it will be a good thing, but bloody." "But you have slaves here," I said. He nodded. "Nearly have to, but I try to treat them better. We don't sell them off, we don't break up families. We have some land outside the city that we rotate them to as needed. Mostly the females get sent out there for a bit of respite." I could tell he was not sharing everything with me. "I'd like to see that farmstead if I have time," I said. His eyes snapped to mine. "I don't think that would be wise, Cosimo. You don't want to know everything that happens here, trust me." "Would your mother want to know?" I asked. He blanched. "She would make us stop. It's risky." "You send mothers out there to give birth, right?" It was the way I would secure the loyalty of slaves I was forced to use here, especially if I could not ensure their loyalty through the chemical means we had back home. Gerald's eyes widened, but he recovered quickly. "Yes, we also teach them to read. Kids are supposed to be tattooed within a year of birth. We keep them away from the city until they are at least 2. We've set up a couple of other inns and tenements they show up at as peasants' kids. Many become our eyes and ears in the city. Burghers don't pay attention to street urchins and house staff." "Makes sense," I said. "Why still use marked slaves here then?" "It would look odd if we didn't, especially down here. I didn't give you the full tour. but no one would believe peasants were going into the fighting ring for money. Dealers at the tables who are slaves are trusted more by the players, for whatever reason. Like I said, we have to have them to meet expectations. He motioned me back to the map. I think you should start in this district, he said as he pointed to the southeast quadrant of the city. There were 6 coloured stones, present on 2 inns and 2 residential buildings. If they are smart, they are in the long-term residences and can meet up in one of the inns in the area. I looked at the grouping of stones. Red are women, I asked. He nodded. Given how we've been warned to not let women wander on their own, why are these 2 imperial women staying alone? I asked, as I pointed at the red stone on a residence and another at a nearby inn. Gerald nodded. It is suspicious. That's one of the reasons I think you should start your search there. I'll get a few of my youngsters to do some spotting on them all. Once we know where you can get eyes on them, you can escort your women to verify their identity. I traced my finger up the street from the district in question, then over to the route we had taken into the city. I need to meet my minder at the Gilded Cockerel tomorrow at lunch. I can take a stroll down to this inn in the middle of them before or after that meeting. Gerald leaned in and read the name. Hannity's caters to a slightly higher class of peasant, and a few burghers in the district. They might be a good candidate to buy some wine from. I'd start there before lunch. How many bottles of samples do you need to take? I considered what I would want to carry if I were trying to make a sale. Probably 3, maybe 4. Gerald shook his head. Good thing I asked. Take 2. 1 red, 1 white. Don't pour them more than 1 glass. If they are interested, or if you think the location is promising, you can go back with more variety. It gives you a reason to return, and it limits how much you must carry through the streets. I'll send a bearer with you as well. I suspect you can handle yourself if needed, but don't want you encumbered if you run into trouble. He returned his gaze to the map, looking at the other 3 red stones and their placement. These 2 women, he pointed to the northwest district filled mostly with larger burgher residences, are either servants or whores for the burghers. Really? I asked in surprise. He nodded. It's not as uncommon as you think. A plebeian woman wants a better life, or runs away from something and ends up here. They may not have many skills but can probably read and write better than 95% of the population here. Bookkeepers, tutors, that sort of thing. If they happen to have a tumble with the burgher, everyone looks the other way. I doubt these 2 are your targets. That makes sense. What about that last one? I asked. A single red stone was sitting in an inn near the west gate of the city. There were no other stones nearby. That is a puzzle. I'll have my people try to get a little more info there as you take a look around tomorrow. Maybe I'll send Raina out that way to have a look. Raina, is that safe? Gerald laughed. Raina can gut any man that threatens her. She could probably take you 2 out of 3 times, and 3 for 3 if she caught you unaware. Life for women here can be hard. My Raina is hard enough to look after herself and thrive. Don't you worry about her. I had to accept his assessment but thought back to Raina's movements. She did carry herself well, like a dancer or fighter. Her long sleeves could easily conceal a knife if needed. In fact, I should have her go with you tomorrow. It will do her good to get out a bit. She also knows a few of the other innkeepers, even if only by name. His grin hinted at more than her well-being. Now then, you should go clean up and chat with your women. I don't think you really want to go back out in this mess today. It should clear off some tomorrow. I gave him a quizzical look and he pointed at a fine glass tube tucked along one side of a bookcase. The barometer has been rising, so I think this will blow through. The morning was better, but still cool and damp. Raina grumbled as we walked along a narrow street toward Hannity's inn. We were both dressed warmly. I was in an outfit suitable for a low gilder in the Empire, but would pass for wealthy here. My boots were comfortably worn but polished despite the damp streets. My oilskin coat was dry once again, and my woolen pants and linen shirt were cleaner than most of what the locals wore. Raina had on a long brown woolen skirt that reached below her knees, stout leather boots, and an off-white wool top with a loose hood pulled down around her neck. Her deep brown travel cloak was well worn but in good repair. She had grumbled when Gerald set us off this morning after my ladies departed with a pair of guards to visit a local market. Once he had told her to shut her mouth but keep her eyes and ears open, she had scowled at me, nodded, and then kept her muttering commentary on what a waste of time this little trip was mostly to herself. "Raina, what exactly did I do to offend you?" I finally asked. She looked up from the street and a blush touched her cheeks. "I've got better things to do than nursemaid some entitled prick from the Empire." I suspected she was baiting me, trying to get a reaction. I had been trained better than that. "So you've not done your proper job of training your staff?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "I know Gerald told you I've got a little experience. We focus on training and preparing our managers to step up and step in when needed. Maybe you should consider that approach as well, if you've got too many tasks to allow you to take a break occasionally." Her lips pursed, and she gave me her best green-eyed glare. "My staff will do just fine." She visibly took a deep breath. "I just don't want you here causing problems in Crown. You don't belong here." There was more to her words than I could understand. "I'm only here for a short time. Why do you think otherwise? The sooner my job here is done, the sooner you are rid of me. Gerald works hard here no matter what you think, but he won't live forever. An unmarried woman can't run an inn on her own here, no matter how good she is. You're from his family. You're going to take over, and then what will happen to me?" I paused in my walking. "I'm not taking over when Gerald is gone, Raina. I've got business in the Empire to manage." "That'll be even worse. Some fat bastards here will swoop in and take over then. I've worked too hard to see the minstrel turn into just another burgher-owned brothel and bar. Any local who learns all we do will try to change it or take control for the burghers or mayor." I suspected we were getting to the crux of the matter. A local would not continue the practice of moving slaves out to the countryside and bringing their children back as peasants. That is the secret she feared would result in her own ruin. But there was something more. It was personal for her. "You know you are family as well, right?" I asked. Gerald had said she was his granddaughter, just as Devon was his grandson. "If nothing else, you should believe our family looks out for itself. Work with me on my tasks here, and we'll figure out how to secure your future as well. I promise." She looked me in the eye, searching for something. Her frown softened. Finally, she nodded. "You seem to be doing right by your own ladies, so I'll trust you for now." She was about to say more when something behind me caught her eye. She hustled me into the shop we had stopped in front of. "Imperial, coming this way," she said softly. I nonchalantly looked at the coarse fabrics and partially finished clothes adorning the shop and tried to catch a glimpse of the person Raina had spied. She quickly engaged the shopkeeper, an aging tailor from the looks of him. The man she had spotted was noticeably better dressed than even me. He was wearing clothes of a better cut than my own, and had a heavy dark woolen coat on, reminiscent of the ones the sailors on the ship wore in the cold weather. I glanced again at Raina, and then stepped out of the shop directly into the path of the man, pretending to be looking the other way. "Oh, excuse me, sir," I said as I bumped into him. He stopped and looked me up and down, as if trying to decide if I was worth his notice. "Imperial?" he asked. "I am. I just arrived a couple of days ago. I'm surprised to run into a fellow subject here on a random street in a foreign city," I said. "I'm Cosimo," I added as I extended my hand. He shook it out of habit. "Brenton, what brings you across the sea in winter, Cosimo?" I pulled a bottle of wine from my bag. "Trying to find a new market I can sell in," I said. "I'm on my way to Hannity's, hoping they may be interested." His eyes softened. "I'm staying there. Not a bad place for the price. Where are you staying?" I'm at the Dodging Minstrel, I said. The embassy recommended it. He gave a little scowl. Pricey? If you are here more than a few 10-day, you'll want to find a cheaper place to stay. I gave a sigh and nodded. I appreciate the advice. I'm worried my funds will force a move on myself and my fiancée and her mother all too soon. That's why I need to find reliable buyers for my wine. Brenton's scowl deepened. If you can afford rooms for 3 at the Minstrel, I doubt selling less than hundreds of barrels to Hannity's will see you settled. How much wine are you looking to sell? I may be able to suggest a few other inns to you. I've got 60 small casks with me and expect to scale up production once I have reliable sellers here. The shipping costs mean I need to be able to sell at least 60% of my total production at a fair price, or I won't be able to export to the free cities. Do you think there is enough market here? How long have you been here? He shook his head. I don't know about a market in the inns. You may want to try Cannon. If they like your drink, they will buy it all up, he said, without answering my real question. I was hoping to sell enough here. Have you spent much time in Cannon? Too much time, he said. I've been looking at their handmade goods, hoping to buy them as novelties here and ship them home. They price their quality work at a premium, and I wasn't willing to pay that. I'm about ready to write this venture off, but need a complete report for the guild back home. It was my turn to frown. A pure import business would not be profitable unless the goods were cheap and of sufficient novelty to sell in the Empire. He also seemed much too well dressed to be a low gilder working his way up through this foreign venture. His plan did not make much sense on the surface. Well, if you were returning to Hannity's and were willing to introduce me to the innkeeper, maybe I could offer you a sample of some wine from home. For the first time he smiled. Even a poor wine from home would be better than the cider and ale they have here. Raina joined me, keeping silent, and we followed Brenton to the inn. Soon we were at a corner table in the common room with the owner, a gaunt-looking local, who kept giving Raina the once-over as I poured a taste of the white wine in the glasses he had provided. I kept an eye on Brenton even as I talked to the innkeeper, Tam. This white wine is from my own vineyard, and seems to travel well, I said. I've 10 casks with me on this trip and have 100 more ready to ship in the spring, for the right price, I added. Tam took a half a glass swallow while Brenton and Raina sipped their sample. It goes well with fish and poultry, I said as Tam pursed his lips at the wine. My trade comes in for an ale or cider, and maybe has a bite to eat every other visit, he said in a lilting accent. He swigged back the rest of his sample. I don't see them making a special visit just to drink this with a meal, he concluded. I shrugged, nodded, and poured the red sample. I did not think I would make every innkeeper a fan of my wine, so tried to not let his attitude bother me. This red blend is better with meat. It has a lot of fruit on the tongue, with a little sweetness as well. Tam took a smaller sip this time, appearing to like what his tongue tasted. I let him enjoy the wine while pouring Brenton a sample as well. Raina waved me off when I offered her a taste. Oh, that is good, Brenton said with a smile after his first sip of the red. Damn, if you served this with the evening meal, I would not have to sup elsewhere so often, he said in a friendly tone. How much of the red do you have? Tam asked. And how much is the minstrel going to buy? He added with a glance at Raina. We haven't decided yet, Raina said quickly. He has some other vintages with him that we're considering. I want to see what a few of the customers think before we make a decision. Tam nodded. Smart woman, he said to me. How much for a cask of each so I can test it with my patrons as well? We began to dicker in earnest, and I relaxed when Brenton interjected a thank you during a pause and took his leave. The man had relaxed some since our meeting on the street, but there was still something hidden in his face and actions. I decided to have some of Gerald's eyes and ears keep a lookout for him. He did not seem to be a merchant testing the waters of the free cities for trade. Tam tried to wheedle a second cup of the red wine as we went back and forth on a price for a single cask. I negotiated hard, wanting to keep individual cask sales low for a higher price to create some sense of scarcity. However, not knowing his sales volume made it hard for me to gauge how much of a price premium to hold out for. "This is the first inn I've stopped at, Tam," I finally said. "Maybe I should head over to the Gilded Cockerel, where I've heard they might be interested in the whole lot for this trip." Tam sat back. "Who do you know at the Cock?" "Franny's brother-in-law suggested I talk to her. He thinks they might be interested in all I've brought this trip." I lied. Tam stroked his chin and then glanced at Raina again. "Is she here to help you seal the deal?" he asked with a leer. I shook my head. "Not for a single cask," I replied. "If you want to make a bigger agreement—" I let my thought trail off. "If I'm to do that," Raina spat, "I'll close the deal for my own inn first, you old beggar. Buy the cask or don't, but leave me out of this." She leaned back and crossed her arms in front of her, scowling. Tham grinned and shrugged. "I'd rather ask and be told no than not and miss out," he said with a chukla. "My missus isn't too keen on small business deals either." We quickly concluded our negotiations. I promised to deliver the cask of red to him later in the day, and we headed back out to the street to make our way to the Gilded Cockerel. Raina spotted a young man nearby and whispered in his ear. He hurried away. "That man, Brenton," Raina said, once we were a block away and out of sight of the inn. "There was something about him." I agree. He did not act like a merchant. "I've sent word to Gerald. We'll know the truth of him by the time we get back." "Thank you," I said sincerely. She nodded and led me onward. The Gilded Cockerel was a livelier inn than Hannity's. Raina explained that Hannity rented room and board and did a little business as a tavern. The Gilded Cockerel was much more of an inn focused on local clientele, eating and drinking lunch and dinner with only a few rooms being rented out. "Don't accept an invitation to the upper floor," Raina cautioned. "Why?" She blushed. "Franny is a proper woman but also knows her business. The upper floor is rooms rented by peasant folk who want to make a bit of money using what the gods gave them. Burghers and their sons like to visit and have some sure pleasure with no strings attached. If you go up there, you'll pay for the pleasure, and it is not cheap. Franny keeps a cut of that business." I shrugged. "I'm here to sell some wine and meet some minders. I'll stay away from the upper floor. You seem bothered by it, though. Why? How is it different from some of the pleasures you provide in the minstrel?" "Imperials," she replied with a little scowl. "We use slaves, and the price is the same for all who take advantage of it. Franny's folk charge whatever they think the mark can pay. I'm trying to keep you out of trouble. Besides, I've met Bianca. She's prettier than any of the lot you'll see in our inns." I was not certain how using slaves was better than free enterprise, but chose not to argue about it. Slaves had no choice, but the women Raina was describing sounded like they could walk away once they had their steak. We arrived at the Cockerel just as the city bells struck noon, and it was clear this inn was much boozier than Hannity's had been. The common room was full of locals settling in for lunch and a glass of ale or cider. Raina managed to flag down Franny, used Martin's name, and introduced me without much fuss. Franny was a large woman with an easy smile but hard eyes. She moved through the crowd easily and ushered us through a side door and into a short hall to the kitchen. The stout wooden door was hung with springs and closed behind us, masking most of the noise from the lunch crowd. "Martin mentioned you may stop by," she said, as she guided us into a small office just off the pass into the kitchen. "We've had some wine here in the past, but never a reliable supply." "Oh, why not?" I asked. "Damn burghers," she muttered. "They take a taste and buy a bottle. Next thing I know, they've bought up the whole supply or taxed the winemaker to force him to sell to them. Most of the better inns have a little stock." "I have stock," I said, "but I need to know it will be bought before I ship it over here." Franny nodded. "But can you afford the bribes or taxes the mayors will charge?" "It seemed to be manageable in Thistle," I said. "The mayor there may have given you a break to start with, but he'll have his cut if you find buyers." So long as I can keep the percentage low enough to not eat into my profits, I should be able to manage. What would you buy a cask for? Franny mentioned a price, low, and I shook my head. A standard cask is 300 bottles. I've got quarter casks with me this trip. At that price, you can probably cover the cost of the cask with 4 bottles sold. I need a little more of those profits if I am going to cover the transport and import duties. Franny smiled and rubbed her hands together. Okay, fella, you at least have a head on your shoulders. Let's sample what you've got and then get serious about the price. I poured glasses of the red and white and let them breath as Franny called into the kitchen for her husband Simon, who was also the head cook for the inn. After his nod for both vintages, Franny got serious. Who besides the minstrel are you selling to? She asked. I might go a bit higher for an exclusive deal. The red will draw in the burgers. The white isn't bad, but won't draw customers like the red will. Hannity's bought a sample cask of the red. The minstrel is trying out a few samples with their patrons this 10-day. Yours is only the second inn I've visited. Franny glanced at Raina with an arched eyebrow. How are you trying this wine out? She asked. He's got 5 varieties, she said. I've purchased a cask of each. We'll buy a red and white that move the best with our guests. Smart. What if I buy all this red and half the white now? I'd have the market cornered until he brings in more. Raina smiled. We want some of this shipment, but are more interested in the long view. We'll place our order for future committed purchases based on our test, even if we must wait months to get more. You'll just advertise for us if people develop a taste for it here. Franny scowled at that. You would do just that, wouldn't you? What if we make a deal and buy his lot so no one else has a chance? My clients don't visit your neighbourhood all that often. We can both increase our business if we play this right. Raina took a sip of the red and watched her counterpart. Franny pulled out a slate tablet and piece of chalk. I can sell a bottle of the red for 3 silvers, maybe 4. That's about 100 gold a cask, she said after scribbling a few numbers down. I'm a buyer if you can let a cask go for under 30 gold. 67% markup? That seems a bit rich. Are you covering the import fees for that price? You said it could go to 20% if the burgers get greedy. I'll pay import if you pay shipping, she countered. That 30 gold, less your shipping costs, would be your profit. I've got the cost to produce as well, I added. If you're covering import, I can go as low as 42 a cask. She did not need to know that my cost to produce and deliver to Thistle was less than 10 gold per cask. If I was going to do this as a business venture, it was going to be worth my while to manage. I'm taking all the risk. What if the cask is bad? What if your quality declines? 35. I'm carrying the risk until it reaches Thistle. What if a ship goes down? What if my costs go up? I paused. 40, but only if you buy in 100 cask lots. Ow! How can I get that kind of money for the first purchase? She cried. I'd have to borrow from the burgers, and that's never cheap. 40, but in 10 cask lots. I can't manage more than that. Raina, tell him we aren't all as prosperous as the minstrel. Raina had a small smile for me. How would I know that, Franny? You do a better causal business than the minstrel. We do more boarders and imperial visitors. You have higher traffic. I bet you go through a full cask every 10 days. That's only 15 bottles a day. The minstrel will be lucky to go through a cask a month. Raina paused and took a sip of her own wine. I could always buy and resell to you, Franny, for a little markup. Franny frowned. You'd raise my price but be paying the import fees. It might be worth it. What price would you set? Rayan smiled broadly. Whatever the market would bear, Franny, you should know that. We'd have the import fees and the storage costs to buy in bulk, so we'd need to cover those costs. If we buy from Cosimo at 40, we're not selling for less than 60. Franny got a pensive look on her face, then grinned. Let me talk it over with Simon and have a chat with that brother-in-law of mine. We may be able to do a deal, she said to me. But I need to work a few things out. How big of an order do you need to start shipping to us? I was surprised at the quick turn, so sat back and thought for a moment. I need at least 100 full-size casks to make it worthwhile. I can accommodate up to 300 a year for the next 2 years, and will have greater production following those 2 years. I could buy from the vintners for less than 20 gold a cask if I needed to expand production, but Franny did not need to know that. Franny nodded. Let me have a few conversations. I'll send word to the minstrel before end of the week. Don't make any agreements until we talk again. I'm not going to 40 a cask unless I know the supply is limited to the cock and the minstrel. I'll be sampling my wares around the city, but I won't commit to anything until you get back to me. I can't just sit around idle while you decide. Besides, I needed this business as an excuse to search for traitors. I stepped back into the dimly lit common room, instantly overwhelmed by the noisy and bustling atmosphere. The place was alive with the clinking of glasses, the laughter of patrons, and the indistinct hum of conversations blending into a symphony of secrecy. No one stood out for attention, so I led Raina through the throng toward the bar along the far wall, closest to the entryway of the inn. I could feel eyes watching me and wondered how the ImpSec troop would make his approach, and if I would spot him first. I sat the bottle of red on the bar and asked for 2 cups. The barman was a slave, with the prominent tattoo bisecting his left eye from his forehead to just below his cheekbone. He glanced at the door before pushing 2 glasses my way. I assumed Franny had given him some signal when I caught a glimpse of her well behind us. Too good to drink our ale? A man asked as he rose from a nearby table. His voice was clear, but not loud enough to quiet the others in the room. I shook my head as he approached. Just trying to sell some wine here, friend, I said. Franny and Simon are considering it. Have a glass and let me know what you think, I added. I poured and slid the cup before him. He lifted it to his lips and sipped sparingly at first, then took a deeper drink. Not bad at all, he said. You must have come from Thistly recently. I bet Martin drove you. He's a scoundrel if there ever was one. What news did he bring with him for Franny's ears? I smiled. He was good. You'd have to ask her. Other than telling me to sell some wine to Franny, he did not share much news with me. I'm Cosimo, I said. He leaned closer against the bar. Fennec, he replied. Where else are you looking to sell this at? He asked before taking another sip. I promised Franny I'd hold off selling since she wants to buy a lot, but would like to provide a couple of sample bottles around town. Do you have any suggestions? He glanced at Raina. Looks like you've already got a track at the minstrel. Franny's is a good spot. You may want to check out some private sales to the burghers. I know a few of their staff. I could make an introduction for a little compensation, he added with a grin. I nodded. I need to deliver a couple of small casks to Hannity's this afternoon. If you want to meet me there, I'll bring a few more sample bottles and we can meet your staff friends. How's that sound? He shook his head. That will be too late in the day. We'll have to do it right after lunch tomorrow. The staff I know will be busy preparing dinner by the time we get around to them. I've got a few friends that can get in touch with them today and arrange a little meet and greet tomorrow. There's an inn just off the Burgers Market called the Lazy Cat. I'll see about a room and invite them around. Let's plan on meeting at 14, and you can make your pitch. I nodded and pushed the bottle in front of him. I'll see you there. I'll bring a few bottles and something extra for your troubles. He smiled and extended his hand. Sounds like a deal. 3 days later, I was tired of meandering through the city meeting innkeepers and burger chefs. It was a tedious slog moving through the different districts, hoping to catch a glimpse of a vaguely recognised face. My covert observers would give me a path of leads for the day and follow discreetly, but did not give any overt help in the search. Bianca was being a trooper on most of the outings, playing the flighty fiancé while clinging to my arm. She had surprised me with her way of getting locals to relax and open up. It's almost like they've gone to ground, Gerald said as we looked at his map of coloured stones. We had been able to remove many by getting close enough to have Bianca or Anna observe the Imperials in question. I nodded. 6 remain, 2 women and 4 men. 3 of them are our targets, and we've not been able to rule them out. Gerald tapped one stone. That Benton character has dropped from sight after meeting you. My sources say he kept his room at Hannity's but hasn't been back to it. I think that is mighty suspicious. I get the feeling that if we find him, the others will be nearby. I could not disagree. I realised I should have had one of the ladies with me on that first day's journey out. I said as much. Water under the bridge, Cosimo. I certainly didn't think you would get lucky on your first outing, while establishing your cover. I have had my eyes and ears snooping on his prior activities. Seems he went to the slave market every couple of days. You haven't really spent much time around them. Maybe you should. Not much of a market for my wine there, I said. So go with a story of you looking for a domestic. People here assume we keep as many slaves in the Empire as they do here. Play to that. Take Anna and pretend you are shopping for staff back home. You only need a plausible reason to be around the market, you don't have to actually buy anyone. That conversation resulted in Anna, Raina, and me braving a cold rain to visit the slave markets of Crone. I don't know how your home runs things, Raina said as we stepped under the cover of a large porch before the entrance to the forbidding warehouse-like structure the locals used as their slave market. Here, you must post a surety bond to enter. If you make use of or harm any of the slaves, it will be deducted from that bond. She glanced at Anna. Don't leave our sides inside, no matter what happens. She looked back at me. I'll be staying close as well, so don't wander off without both of us. I was worried about her warnings, but she moved to open the heavy door before I could question this visit. I knew we needed to look in this district, but was not sure we had to brave the actual market. Her actions removed the option of making a different choice. The door opened into a short hallway with a cashier cage along the wall. 2 large guards stood in the hallway, one facing us, and the other turned sideways to keep an eye on the entire passage. An older man was at the counter of the cage. Raina motioned to us and paid a hefty surety bond before receiving 3 red armbands. She put one on, then helped Anna as I pulled on mine. As soon as we walked through the guarded door, I knew this market was a different world from the scene in San Mateo when I had purchased indentures for the club. We entered a wide-open hall with a raised platform in the middle. Around the edge of the room, sellers had small stalls separated from one another by fixed stanchions and railings. Slaves were chained to the rails, and the seller stood in front of their wares. The room was filled with a buzz of conversations and smelled of unwashed humanity. Raina motioned us to the right, and we approached the first stall. The seller was a disreputable-looking man remarkable only for his thick red beard, large stomach, and well-worn work clothes. His merchandise were all male slaves wearing breechcloths and chained by their wrist to the railings of the stall. If you see a slave you are interested in, you approach the seller. They may sell directly, but most of them will want to have you bid on the block, she said with a nod to the platform. If they do, they will move the slave there and post whatever they think is their starting prices. I spotted the large slate boards to the sides of the platform. Once the merchandise and price are announced, other slavers may put comparable offers on the block and the price they are willing to offer at, if it's lower than the starting bid. All of the buyers have the option to bid on any slave on the block for the current bid price. I was about to ask a question when a younger-looking male slave was led to the block and a price written down by the auctioneer. The man we were standing near moved quickly to unshackle another man and lead him to the block. Soon, 3 male slaves were standing before the crowd, and a price slightly lower than the starting bid was listed on the board. What's to keep sellers from working together? I asked. It was clear that a small coalition could manipulate the system to set higher starting prices. Nothing, but no one has to bid. That's why the auction is only if a buyer and seller can't come to agreement. The first seller up there had not pulled his slaver, so the original buyer could bid the current price and get some savings if he wins. The sellers are betting the buyer will bid up the price. I nodded and looked at the remaining male slaves before moving on to the next stall. Anna stayed close to my side, holding my arm to ensure we did not get separated, but scanning the crowd for any familiar faces. Raina stayed close as well. We made our way around roughly half of the market when Anna stiffened next to me. I followed her gaze and spotted man standing before a seller whose stand was filled with mostly women and a couple of younger men. He was haggling with the seller, trying to set a price. "He's one of them," Anna said softly. "Galen," she added.
A bit.
I nodded and marked the look of the man as I stepped to the side, closer to another seller. I watched from the corner of my eye as Raina engaged the seller we were close to, providing a needed distraction. Dr. Galen gesticulated and then pointed at 3 of the slaves before him, before pointing up toward the row of balconies overlooking the block. I glanced up and spotted an older woman watching from the railing. I knew her face, despite the change in her hair color and the local garb she was wearing. It seemed like we have found at least 2 of our traitors. I edged closer to Raina. "Do you have any contacts nearby? 2 of our friends are here. I suspect the others are as well," I said softly. Without missing a move, Raina shook her head at the seller and stepped away from the stall, taking my free arm to lead me away. "It will take a few minutes, but we've got a boy in here. Keep moving slowly around the room. I'll be back." She slipped away and I turned Anna back to continue our tour. I kept my eyes on the sellers and their wares, avoiding looking at Dr. Des Galen or up toward the balcony. I wanted to get us past the man and moved under the overhanging vantage point of his female co-conspirator, without drawing attention to us. I was almost where I wanted to get to when Raina returned, unfortunately with her arm looped through that of the mysterious Brenton. Her face showed a mix of anger and frustration. I hoped she had alerted her contact. "Cosimo, so good to meet you again," Brenton said with obviously forced joviality. "I was surprised to see your innkeeper escort here, and insisted on meeting you again when she said she was helping you look for some possible domestic servants to take home with you." "Oh, why insist meeting here? I made no secret of where I was staying." He waved away my implied criticism. "I have some associates here that would pay handsomely for some of your red wine. They are meeting with several burghers upstairs. If you have a bottle or 2 to sample, you could make some significant sales." I pretended to believe his story, but knew there was much more to him than his easygoing facade. "I've only got 2 bottles with me," I said, as I lifted my small leather satchel. "That should be plenty," he said. "I'll even promise to pay for the bottles you have. I want the meeting to go off well, and your wine will help." I did not go unnoticed that he did not relinquish his hold on Raina as he turned and motioned with his head for us to follow him. Once behind him, I saw the small pistol in his hand held firmly against Raina's side. The local firearm was likely only a single shot, but there was no way he would miss if he pulled the trigger. I debated having Anna run for help, but spotted our Dr. Galen near the entryway, now watching us. When we turned to a small hallway, I saw him move to follow. Soon we were climbing narrow stairs, and then entered a room that obviously opened to the balcony overlooking the sales block. 3 people were in the room. I recognized 2 of them as Dr. Vanda Kenyon, the woman conspirator, and Dr. Spencer Ian City. With Galen entering behind us, I had to conclude that Brenton was the missing member. The last man present had the look of a local burgher, middle-aged, heavy-set, and obviously used to being deferred to. "What are you doing with them?" Dr. Kenyon asked as she turned to face us and looked down her nose in disdain. "I wanted slaves for our demonstration." Brenton kept hold of Raina and shook his head. "Let me introduce you to Cosimo Universe of Cardino. He is here to sell wine in the free cities." "Why do I care?" Kenyon asked. "I care," Brenton said in a cold tone. "Because when I left the capital, Cosimo Universe of Cardino was rumoured to be pursuing Senator Denison's daughter. But this Cosimo Universe is here with his betrothed and her mother. Senator Denison's wife has been dead over 5 years. Something does not add up here, Vanda." Dr. Kenyon's eyes went wide, then she frowned. "Spencer, Des, help Brenton tie them all up," she said as she motioned to a row of wooden chairs along the wall. "They will work for our demonstration as well as slaves. It will give us some answers at the same time." I saw Brenton was keeping his pistol firmly against Raina's ribs as Galen moved behind me and quickly looped my wrists in thin rope, and jerked them together tightly. Brenton did not move away from Raina until all of our hands were secured, and I had been pushed down in a chair with Anna next to me. Raina was on the opposite side of Anna. "Burger Abbas," Kenyon said to the local man. "This will actually let me demonstrate the properties of what we have for sale much more effectively than I originally planned," she said smoothly. "You told me you had something for sale that would change what I could do in the city," the man replied. "You did not tell me it would involve the innkeeper from the most important inn in the city," he said with a look at Raina. "I cannot afford to be implicated in any harm to her. No burgher in their right mind would be," he insisted. "Oh, you'll not be implicated. In fact, when we're done, you could be in sole control of that inn if you wish it. If not, I can guarantee your hands will be blameless in whatever befalls her." The man's eyes narrowed, weighing the potential rewards being promised to him. "I cannot afford for the Imperials to become involved. They frequent the minstrel. They may have interests in its management." "Don't worry," she said. She turned to us. "Now, do you want to explain this mystery Brenton has brought before us, Cosimo, if that is your name?" I had been thinking furiously since his revelation. "It's not my name. I assumed it from new vineyard owners for this trip," I lied. So far, they conspirators had not recognized Anna for who she truly was, or had been. If I could keep them from making that connection, I might extricate us all from the situation, or so I hoped. Brenton looked shocked at my admission, but Dr. Kenyon did not act as if she cared one way or the other. "An interesting side effect of our serum," she said to the burgher, "is that once it takes effect, the subject will answer questions truthfully." She moved to a side table holding 3 small bottles. She carefully mixed 3 drops from one bottle with 2 drops, once from each of the others, in a small bowl. "We discovered the effects quite by accident," she said as if lecturing the local man. "Our colleague discovered the unique interaction, and Des here refined the process and delivery method. And you killed your colleague to keep him from taking this power away from you," I accused. I noticed the other 2 academics' eyes grow wide, but Kenyon merely turned to me with a small, sad smile. Jack Dryden's ego made him think we could not replicate his compound without him being involved. His notes lead us to believe otherwise. We're so lucky he left notes to his formula when that tragic accident resulted in him being lost at sea. I noticed the 2 men exchange glances before she crossed over to us with her bowl and a dropper held in her hands. "Regardless," she said, "we'll soon know if your tale is true or not. Des, can you help me administer this?" she asked. Des moved behind Raina and grabbed her hair with one hand to force her head back, and moved his other hand to hold one eye wide opened. Raina struggled to no avail as Vander Kenyon moved closer and held the dropper close to her eye before letting single drop fall. As soon as she did, Des released his grip and Raina sat up blinking to try and flush the liquid from her eye. "It won't matter, dear," Vander said. "We can administer the compound orally, but it takes much less to deliver the required dose this way." She turned over a sand hourglass timer once Raina's head was released, and then prepared another dropper of liquid. The process was repeated to Anna, and then me. I too tried to blink away the icy sting that blurred my vision, and wondered what the compound was. "Even with this method, it takes about 5 minutes for the effect to settle in," Vander said. "You keep mentioning this effect, woman, but what is it and why should I care? Finding the truth of some matter is hardly worth what you have hinted at wanting form this compound." "Oh, it's much more than a truth serum, sir. That's just a side effect. In a few minutes, these 3 will do whatever we tell them to. They will be obedient slaves. Commands we give them in the next 30 minutes will become part of them. This is not just a way of getting truth, it's a way of ensuring obedience." My blood ran cold at her words. If they had stumbled on some variant of our conditioning compounds and were looking to sell it here in the free cities, they could do much damage. "I'll believe that when I see proof of it, madame," Burger Abbas said. "You'll have your proof shortly. In the meantime, think about how you can use such power. You can infiltrate your competitors' business or even families. You could take the kingdom in the clouds without bloodshed. You could even take the empire on. with a little patience and planning. My eyes had begun focusing again and noticed Brenton smiling. Suddenly, the attempt at upsetting the succession seemed to only be a distraction. If they had been able to use this compound on the Senate, they could have taken control easily. Abbas was speaking again, and I forced my foggy mind to listen.
Yeah, but
you will need strong proof for me to give you the resources you seek. If this compound is so powerful, why are you asking for help from me? It was a good question. We considered it, Vanda said coldly. In the end, we think it is better we take a back seat to the running of the free cities and focus on the application of the compound. We don't want a puppet, we want a partner. We're giving you this opportunity because you already control much of the production of materials we need to make our compound. Your resources, our know-how, and Brenton's connections for the technology we need for a few steps in the process will make us all masters of the world's destiny. Despite her statements, something still did not add up. If this compound did what she said, giving it to the burgher would ensure his cooperation. Now then, she continued, you were worried about this minstrel inn. Why is it so important? The Imperials often ask us to meet them there. It's viewed as protected ground by both sides. They have entertainments the Imperials like and allow us to interact unobtrusively. We keep memberships there to make sure we have access to the trade deals that always seem to be brokered there. If we try to work deals somewhere else, it seems the Imperials always get pulled back somehow. Interesting, Vanda said. We'll have to ask the pretty innkeeper why that is. It may be a surprise to you. The last of the sand in the timer ran out. Vanda crossed back to stand before Raina. You've had enough time, she said. What is your true name? She asked. Raina, was her response. Good, Raina. I want you to think about my voice only. You don't hear anyone else unless I tell you to listen to them. Do you understand? I understand. Does that actually work? Brenton asked. Did you hear someone else speak just now, Raina? No. Vanda smiled at Brenton and the burgher. Raina, the burgher here thinks that your inn has some power or control over deals with the Empire. Why would he think that? We do, she replied. What sort of control? Our eyes and ears are in every burgher household and business. We know when they are looking for an advantage over the others, and can bring things to light to distract or steer them if needed. And how do you do that, Raina? How do you get your eyes and ears into everything? I don't know. Gerald handles that. I just run the inn for him. Who is Gerald? Abbas said. His question was ignored. Raina, you can now hear others, but you'll only obey me. Is that clear? Yes. Good. I'm going to untie you when I do. You can stand and await further orders. She walked around her chair and untied Raina's hands. My cousin stood once her hands were freed. So, Burgher Abbas, what do you think of this demonstration so far? How will you make your orders last? How do we find out who the traitors in my family and business are? How do I know this isn't some fiction in her mind? Vanda nodded. Right now, if I don't give her another command, she will obey only my orders. I could just as easily have her pretend to be herself, but take orders from you. You could then direct her to find your traitors for you from whomever this Gerald is. She paused and tapped a finger to her lips. As for your last question, what would prove to you that this is what she believes and accepts right now? The burgher's eyes narrowed. Give her to me and I'll show you. Vanda nodded. Raina, you will obey Burgher Abbas as well as myself in any order that does not harm me or remove the requirement for you to obey me. Yes, ma'am. Raina, remove your clothes, Burgher Abbas ordered. Without sign of emotion, Raina began undoing the ties and buttons of her dress. Vanda raised an eyebrow to the burgher. Having her strip proves what? She asked. Raina is never one to partake of some of our business pleasures. She would never do this unless she was really under my control. Vanda watched as Raina finished disrobing. Soon, she was naked, standing in the room. I thought she looked beautiful. Burger Abbas licked his lips, but held back on issuing additional commands. "Before you get distracted," Brenton said, "let's see what's going on with these other two." He stepped before Anna. "What is your name?" I was surprised when she said, "Anna Haas." "Anna, who is Cosimo?" he asked. "Cosimo is my daughter's betrothed. He is a wine grower from Cardino." My mind reeled. "When did Cosimo betroth your daughter?" 5-10 days ago. "After his pursuit of the daughter of Senator Dennison?" "Yes." "What happened to her?" "I don't know. He has not mentioned her." "What was his purpose here in the Free Cities?" "To find buyers for his wine. He wants to expand his vineyard and rise to high guilder status. He decided to come here to open a new market." Then why did he mention Dr. Jack Dryden and imply Vander killed him? I instantly regretted my attempt to sow distrust amongst the conspiracy members. "I don't know," Anna replied. "Then let's ask him," Brenton said. He stepped over to stand before me. "What is your name?" he asked. I felt no need to speak truthfully, but did anyway. "Cosimo on wine." "Why are you in Crown?" "To find buyers for my wine." I kept my voice neutral, emotionless, as Raina and Anna had. I knew not volunteering more than an answer to the specific question was my only hope. I still did not see a way out of our situation. "Why did you mention Jack Dryden?" "Imperial security is looking for his murderer." For the first time I saw Vander's control slip. The other two academics also paled. "How do you know that?" Brenton asked. "I was told by Imperial Inspector Corelia at the Freeport prior to boarding our ship." "You told us it was an accident, Vander," Spencer Ian City yelled. "It was. I did not murder him," she insisted. I remained neutral-faced. "Stop," Brenton commanded. "We need to stay focused. Are you sure of this compound?" he asked the scientists. They all nodded. "Then we need to clean up our loose ends. Burger Abbas, do you believe Vander now?" The burger nodded. Brenton looked from Raina to Anna and finally at me. "What is the local penalty for murder, Abbas?" "We hang murderers," he said. Brenton looked at me. "Cosimo, I'm going to untie your hands and give you a knife. When you are freed, you will kill Anna. Afterward, you will not resist as we apprehend you for trial." Des gasped, but Vander and Spencer only nodded. "I did not agree to killing," Des protested. "I think this is a mistake. With the compound, we can just tell them to forget. Why kill them?" Brenton looked at the scientist for a moment and then raised his hand to the man with his small local pistol pointing directly at his head. "It can be them or you," he said coldly. "You don't know that this stuff won't eventually wear off. If suspicion of what you have created gets out here or back home, Imperial security will hunt us to the ends of the world. This is the path that ensures no loose ends." I watched the standoff, keeping my face as placid as possible. After a minute, Des nodded. "Good. Untie him," he said with a flick of his wrist toward me. Des hurried behind me and undid my hands. Brenton kept his little pistol pointed at us both as the scientist worked. Once my hands were free, I stood. Brenton pulled a local knife from a sheath in the small of his back and handed it to me. While doing so, he kept his pistol pointed at Des, which was the mistake I was looking for. There was an old adage to not bring a knife to a gunfight, but that did not apply when the gun was a single-shot pistol and the knife was being handed to you by the gun holder. As soon as I felt the blade between my fingertips in my left hand, I gave it a small flip as I turned away from Brenton toward Anna. I felt the hilt land in my palm and saw the gun begin to move away from me. My thumb was on the pommel as I continued my turn and used my right arm to block the pistol-wielding arm away and up. I completed the full turn, slashing the blade upward to cut the tendons in Brenton's wrist. With my arm held high, I quickly reversed direction and drove the blade into the gap of his neck and collarbone. The others were startled into immobility, and I took advantage of all my training to move closer. I slashed out, drawing a red line across Des's throat before spinning away and quickly thrusting 3 times into Spencer's ribs. I doubted I got his heart, but the 3 punctures into his lungs would keep him from interrupting me. The fat burgher's hands were rising to protect himself when I kicked him between the legs, making him double over. I swiped the blade across the back of his neck, cutting deeply enough to at least damage his spinal cord. He collapsed as I spun back to Vonda. She had her hands up in shocked surrender. How? It's not possible. I gave you the drug myself. You can't do that, she said hysterically. Tell her to obey me, I said with a nod to Raina. And I'll tell you. She was obviously in shock and nodded in agreement. Raina, you will obey Cosimo as long as well as myself in any order that does not harm me or remove the requirement for you to obey me. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, I struck. The knife went in below her sternum at an upward angle. I released the blade, working to control the adrenaline coursing through my body. Raina, get dressed, I commanded as I moved to untie Anna. How? Anna asked as she stared at me. Our bond, was all I said, not yet willing to think things all the way through. Help Raina get dressed, I instructed, as I checked to make sure the cabal was finished. Vanda was fighting her final struggle as I collected the bottles she had used to make her compound. I smiled as I saw a sheet of paper with several densely written notes on the small table she had mixed things on. I collected it as well. Who? She managed to ask as she watched me. The Emperor sends his regards. I'd have more time with you in the Black Wing, but dead is dead. Be thankful for small mercies, since this is a swifter end than you deserve. My cold words were the last she heard. To be continued.